Alrighty. Alright. Where's my bottle open? Here it is. Coca-Cola. Feeling good. Oh. What was I looking at? That's good stuff. Good stuff. Let me just make sure I'm signed in here. Okay, cool. What's up, Buckley? How's it going, dog? Jeff Buckley, disciple. Yeah, oy vey indeed, man. Oy vey. Oy vey. This, for reference, this is not good enough. Not good enough. Not even close. Not good enough. Actually, I almost prefer that they would keep up their list of extremism. Just exposes them more. Like them having up a list of, what was it, like 1,000 plus different like quote unquote like hate symbols and stuff. Like that was, which many of those entries were ridiculous. That's just like made it so much more obvious to people how ridiculous these people are. Ah. I mean, it's like, seriously. Ah. Yeah, what the fuck is wrong with people?
My name is Kate Tumba, and I'm currently on board the boat Alma as part of the Global Smooth Flotilla, a peaceful humanitarian mission to deliver aid to the civilian population of Gaza and to break Israel's illegal and inhumane siege. And it is likely to believe that we will be intercepted tonight by Israel, which would be a blatant violation of humanitarian and maritime law. Israel is not immune to international law. They must be held accountable for their war crimes. Stop the genocide, stop the occupation, and free Palestine.
Yeah, Israel arrested a number of people aboard the flotilla a couple hours ago. As far, maybe they haven't done it yet, or maybe they, do I have it wrong? No, they did actually do that. Yep. I mean, like, what is wrong with people? No sandwiches this time. Game time is over. I want Greta Thunberg terrified. I want her screaming and begging for it to stop. I want her rocking in a corner, covering her eyes, pissing and shitting in her pants. Like, for like, what? For what reason exactly? Israel is fighting a genocidal enemy and doesn't need to be distracted by attention-seeking activists with no skin in the game. Skin in the game? She literally put her skin in the game by sailing halfway across the fucking world. No skin in the game. We think this will be cute content for Instagram. They want to enter Warzone, find wars, hell, give them hell, let them find. What the fuck does that do? These people are sick in the head, man. These people are sick in the head. What's up, Smelly? Liberals, am I right? Yeah, those darn liberals. Let their screams be a warning to other useful idiots for Hamas. Like, what the fuck is this guy calling for? What? Go ahead and say it in plain English. What are you calling for exactly? What, you want them to torture her? You want Israel to terrorize Greta Thunberg? Why? Dude, fuck this guy. I'm interested. Actually, people should just start saying Jew. Yeah, dude. This guy should lose his job. This guy should lose his job for this. This guy should lose his fucking job for this. That's just sick. What the fuck is wrong with people? I've said this many times before, but dude, I respect Greta for this. Like, obviously we don't agree on a number of things, but this is she's standing on fucking business. This guy, this fucking can't say that on stream. This guy is a fucking pussy. He will do nothing. He will do fucking nothing. He talks tough. Oh, Israel should make her terrified. Greta's out there standing on fucking business like a real human being. Like a real human being. She's out there standing up for what she believes in. And she probably wouldn't like somebody like me, but, you know, it's like, I'm supposed to hate this girl. Why exactly? Why am I supposed to hate this girl? She's giving aid to civilians. Yeah, dude, these people are sick. These people are fucking sick. What's going on, Jans? How's it going, dog? Wait, Jimmy Dore did an interview with Max Blumenthal. Jimmy Dore is the kind of guy who will cancel an interview with you and in the same month interview someone you've been criticizing. Yeah, that's a big L for Jimmy, huh? He cucked out because he's a fucking pussy on interviewing Nick. And now he's interviewing Max Blumenthal. Max Blumenthal, who was major op to Nick, spreading misinformation about the Israel theory for the Charlie Kirk assassination. Ardent pro-Israel. Yeah, I mean, it's just yikes. Yeah, very true. Very true. Dude, okay. Let's just, like, there's some stuff I wanted to react to. Like, dude. I am so fucking sick of Candace Owens. Like, she is actually retarded. And here's the thing, man. Her being retarded it's painful enough as is, but she's legitimately delegitimizing critics of Israel, making us all look crazy, unhinged by association. So here's a clip from yesterday. Candace Owens completely sidesteps addressing the letter that she was begging to be released and insinuates that the letter is fake. Remember that letter Netanyahu put out that said that, nah, Charlie was our guy. Netanyahu said Charlie was our guy, actually. And And here she is. She then makes a new claim that Charlie made some sort. This is crazy. This is crazy. Made some sort of statement 48 hours before his death, saying he was abandoning Israel. Like always, she provides zero evidence and throws the burden of proof on TPUSA to prove she's lying. If they don't respond, she's going to roll out videos on her show.
Lie and to pretend that towards the end, Charlie was just authoring love letters to Israel, giving them a perspective of here's how we can.
Yeah, his last name, everything about it. Yeah.
Here's what you guys need to do. You need to work with this Hillel, whatever it is. Yeah, the same people that are calling me anti-Semitic. You need to work with those people harder. And he was just putting it on paper. Was it an email? What was that they were sharing? The New York Post, the Israeli Post, right? What were they sharing there? He wrote of his deep love for Israel. He had nothing else to do in May. Wrote of his deep love for Israel to a letter to Netanyahu. Netanyahu said they were close, but in the letter, Charlie puts his number, which apparently Netanyahu didn't have his number. And we're supposed to believe, did he send that as an email, by the way? Can somebody clarify? Was that an email they were sharing? Or did he send it in the mail to him? Could somebody share that, please? I'm assuming it was an email.
Fucking gosh, man.
Just kind of like authenticate that email.
So you question the authenticity of this letter based on what evidence exactly? Here's the evidence that it's legit. One, it perfectly aligns with everything Charlie was saying for his entire fucking career. Like, let's start there. It's insane people have forgotten how much of a shill Charlie Kirk was for Israel. It's insane that people are trying to rewrite history here, ignoring the mountain of evidence that Charlie Kirk was Israel's top guy. He was their top goy in America. Unironically. Dude.
Because I'm very aware of what's going on, okay? And I don't know how the executives over at Turning Point USA sleep at night. Challenged.
Oh, fucking gosh, bro. What are you talking about? Dude. It's just, what are you talking about? So she says it's fake on zero evidence. Like, where's the evidence? You're accusing it of being fake. Okay, burden of evidence falls on the accuser. Where's the evidence? And then she tries to claim the moral high ground. I don't know how the people at Turning Point USA can sleep at night. What are you fucking talking about?
Turning Point USA executives to issue a very clean statement saying that I am lying if this is not true. About 48 hours before Charlie Kirk died, Charlie informed people at Turning Point, as well as Jewish donors and a rabbi, that he had no choice but to abandon the pro-Israel cause outright, okay? Charlie was done. He said it explicitly, that he refused to be bullied anymore by the Jewish donors. Can you guys answer? Did he express that? Did he also express that he wanted
Where's the evidence,
bring
Candace?
Candace Owens back? Because he
I
was
love
standing
this.
up for himself. And then did he, just 48 hours later, conveniently catch a bullet
yes.
in the throat?
It was about
before
you.
Our on-stage reunion.
It was all about you. It was always about Candace Owens. 48 hours before me and Charlie Kirk reunite on stage. 48 hours before that, he just catches a bullet. Dude. Yeah, because it's totally about you, Candace. Yeah, they're just totally out to get you. That's why you still have your channel on YouTube. That's why you were never censored on any platform. Like, you are a liability. She is a liability to every organization she associates with. Honestly, I never thought I'd say this, but I'm Team Ben Shapiro now. I'm totally Team Ben Shapiro. Like, she deserved to get fucking canned from the Daily Wire. You know, Ben, perhaps I was too harsh on you. Perhaps I judged you too swiftly. Maybe I should have listened to your side of things. Maybe you had a point when you said that she's an ignoramus. Maybe Ben was right. Maybe Ben was right about her this whole time. But it's so fucking true. You know it's bad when, like, Dude, I don't know, man. Oh, fuck, bro. No reason to backtrack that part, dude. Newsflash, she was always like this. That's the secret. She was always like this. You know how early in her career she was like she got her start with on like a website that was exposing people on the internet for being racist. Did you know that? Before she started her right-wing grift, she was always a grifter. Always a grifter. Always a grifter. Fuck, man. You know, when there is a like in case you like in case people weren't already aware, there is a big problem with grifting in the right wing, just in general. Just it's everywhere, man. All of these like influencer accounts just totally grifting off of like ignorant conservatives. It's like let me like here's the red pill, man. People are stupid. They go from putting their faith in like the New York Times and like CNN or Fox News, and instead they put their faith in Candace. They put their faith in this total fucking moron to tell them to get their news. Oh my goodness. What's up, Todd Sullivan? Yeah, reporting bullies online, dude. Just fucking like, yeah, that's who Candace is, right? There's nothing genuine about her. Candace is the Black Milo, always claims to have game-changing receipts but never produces. Yeah, dude. I mean, it's always, I have the receipts. Okay, where are they? Where is the evidence that Charlie was legitimately crashing out on Israel? It's always like this. It's always fucking like this, man. It's like, we're at the point, okay, listen very carefully. We're at the point where people like this, we need to totally disassociate with whatsoever. People will say, unironically, without a like shred of self-awareness, but I like what she says on some of the things. I like that she's critical of Israel. Same thing with Tucker. I like some of the stuff Tucker says. It's like, that's the fucking point. That's the red meat. You're supposed to take the bait. That's like that's these people gaining credibility so they could rip the rug out from under you with their retarded schizo theories or to lead you to some other conclusion. What was one of the first things she did after her fallout with the Daily Wire when she started her own show for supposedly being anti-Semitic, supposedly for being critical of Israel? It's not the Jews, it's actually the Frankists. What the fuck is that? What's a Frankist? It's actually this esoteric cult. Let me craft this narrative. Let me draw some connections that really don't exist to somehow gaslight people into believing it's not actually what's obvious. It's actually something else. It's far more convoluted. Far more convoluted. And you see people still falling for just retarded shit. And I'm not saying that, look, I'm not saying that some of these theories are like impossible, but they're highly, highly improbable. The trapdoor theory, the camera gun theory, stuff like that. Just as one example. Where is the evidence that these are actual plausible theories? Did anybody see a gunman in that trapdoor? Did anybody hear a gunshot from that trapdoor? No? Okay, then why are we wasting time on it? It's at the point, man, it is so unbelievably frustrating dealing with people that will just believe anything because, like, it's fine. Look, explore possibilities, but you have to use discernment, and people are very much lacking in discernment. They've got great imagination, but the problem is you have to think about all of the things that have to line up for some of these theories to be plausible, and you realize it's very unlikely that would happen. And it's just like this constantly. Constantly. Ugh. It's so frustrating, man. It's actually so it is genuinely irritating the shit out of me. Nick can't stand Candace now. Most people can't stand Candace now. Like in this, people who are like above 110 IQ cannot stand Candace. Like reasonable people that like just check their assumptions. Trapdoor? Is there any evidence for that? There were two shooters to distract from the trapdoor shooter? Nonsense. It's total nonsense. Makes the right look retarded, and she has never been right wing. Yeah, that's the thing. She's a total grifter, clout whore, man. Total grifter. There's nothing genuine about her whatsoever. Her marriage is fucking fake. Does anybody like she met her husband on Zoom. 18 days later, they were engaged, never met in person. That alone to me is disqualifying. And then she's gonna say, "I believe it was the Holy Spirit." Shut the fuck up, bitch. That's not normal. No, you don't get to hide behind the cross on this one. You don't get to hide behind God. Oh, why is this unusual? Because it was the Holy Spirit guiding me. Does anybody believe that for a second? Or maybe it's much more plausible this was some kind of arranged marriage for political purposes. I think that's far more likely. Because a lot of people get married in the Catholic faith. How many of them get married 18 days after meeting their spouse without actually meeting them in person? That doesn't happen. That's not a normal thing. She came at the king, but she missed. Yeah, she missed hard. And now she's got no leg to stand on because her theories have no fucking evidence and they're falling apart in real time. She got to start suing her school because students were racist. The school set up for $30K. She had the NAACP helping her. They gave her the smallest amount possible to go away. Yeah, I mean, she's not a genuine actor at all. At all. Nick is making a calculated move. He says, "I'm going to tell everybody that Israel didn't do it. That way they can't say I'm a conspiracy theorist and they can't say I was sticking up for Israel." Okay, but okay, Hawker. Yeah, there's truth to that, but that's not his primary impetus for saying that. He's not saying that because he like there's an ulterior motive. He's saying that because he genuinely doesn't think Israel is behind it because there's not enough of a strong case. The case is not strong enough to suggest that Israel killed Charlie Kirk. So this isn't 4D chess from Nick. He's just being honest. He's just looking at the evidence saying, yeah, it's not really, why would they kill their top guy? Why would they kill their top guy? And then the evidence that Charlie Kirk was turncoating, that he was moving away from Israel is just faulty at best. It is, the whole narrative has been collapsing for like 2 weeks straight. Nick thinks Israel did it, but he's probably playing forward. No. And see, this is the problem, man. Like, no, it's not 4D chess, bro. It's not 4D chess. Like, you just follow the evidence, man. You gotta start suing her. I already read that. I think on the other side of this, the right wing will come up better because of this. Yeah, dude, like we have to shed this schizo shit, this conspiracy shit. It just needs to end, man. We have to stop. Like, people start with the conclusion. Think about how retarded this is. People just assume Israel did it and they work backwards from there. That's not how you should be thinking about this. You need to look at the evidence. Man. The trapdoor theory is the ultimate retard theory. Yeah, dude, it's just like... And then aliens beamed down, and it was actually an alien beam ray that shot Charlie Kirk in the neck. I think we should always ask questions. Israel took over TikTok because they had to control the narrative. Israel would definitely have motive to take over Turning Point also. My point is they already had control of Turning Point. They already had control of Turning Point. Charlie was doing tricks on it, man. He was doing tricks on it. They already own Turning Point USA. Why would they... Like, that? It's less likely they would take such an enormous risk by creating this power vacuum, by killing Charlie Kirk. Like, that is such a high risk play to make. For what return exactly, when Charlie Kirk is already deeply in their pocket? It shows the right is capable of scrutinizing facts and ideas, unlike the left. Yeah, and people like Candace are totally undermining that. Totally undermining that. And that's what Tucker does, right? He dog whistles. People say he's based. And he goes out, I'm not blaming Israel or Jews. If you say that, you see Jews and everything. Do you see what's happening? Like, do you see what's happening? It's like it's like a fucked up form of like good cop, bad cop. Or something along those lines, where Candace is this caricature. She's like playing the schizoid right wing. And then Tucker dog whistles, get people to take the bait, and then throws them out. Saying, if you thought that was a dog whistle, you've lost the plot. It's like, do not fall for this shit, man. These people are not legit. Don't like, it's like people forget that. People forget that Tucker's a Fed and that Candace is a grifter. Therefore, what they say is lacking in credibility because of who they are and who they associate with. Candace is really stupid to attack Nick. This is what I do. I don't worship anybody, not Candace, not Tucker, not Nick. I only want confirmation bias to actually tell the truth just like everybody else. Everybody's looking for confirmation bias. It's kind of weird that Candace is leading a pro-white conservative movement, but she has bigger balls than any of the white people I know except maybe Nick. Balls for what exactly, though? My point is that it's not genuine. What you're seeing, this out of Candace, this reaction, her astroturfing is not genuine. I don't believe for a second this is genuine. What balls does she really have exactly? For criticizing Israel? And she's allowed on YouTube, and her show is like bigger than ever. It's been nothing but financially successful for her. She's married to a multi-millionaire. That's what they want you to think, that she's some kind of like ballsy truth teller. She's not, man. This is a character. This is not a real human being. This is not a genuine, authentic story. It shows the true right isn't just going to say it's the Jews about everything. Well, a lot of people will. It's just like, it is to say that like we have to be smarter than that, than just saying it's the Jews. That's Tucker's whole shtick. He's trying to, like, people are taking the bait. They're saying it's always Israel, it's always the Jews. That's what all of this is. And now all of the people who bought into that narrative look stupid. Now they look stupid. And they have no credibility because people took the bait. It was a trap. Max Blumenthal set up the trap and people bought into it. Hook, line, and sinker. And now like they have no credibility. You have to blame white people because they always give any black conservative the most push. Everybody says DEI on the left, but it's on the right too. 100% it's on the right. 100%. The right wing is just as desperate for approval from minorities as the left. Look at, I don't want to get into it, but that's just not, yeah, that's 100% true. It shows that, I read that already. Fuentes Updates on X has a good video of Josh Hammer explaining that a rabbi called the same day as Kirk's death who worried about Nick. Yeah, we'll react to that after this. Charlie Superman skeleton doesn't stop that bullet. I don't believe Tucker's a Fed. If he was a Fed, he would be still on Fox News. Dude. Hawker, please, man, please. His dad was a fucking super Fed. You don't believe he's a Fed? Him getting booted off Fox News had like zero impact on his career. He's still on YouTube. He's independent. If anything, it just gave him more credibility in the right wing. His dad was a fucking super Fed. What was he doing in the 80s running guns with the Contras in Nicaragua? Dude, he fucking glows, man. He fucking glows. Catch up, Hawker, please. If you haven't like figured out that Tucker's a Fed now, dude, it's obvious. This has been exposed like months ago. A year ago, honestly. These people, my point is, these people are not trustworthy. Candace is not trustworthy. Tucker is not trustworthy. They have ulterior motives. They are not straight shooters. They are not, you can't really trust that they're telling you what they genuinely believe. But Tucker's 100% a Fed. It's not even like, I don't know, man. Like at this point, it's like it's just like a filter. I don't know what else to say, like, to people who don't know that Tucker's a Fed based on the evidence that was presented. Just go back and watch Nick's shows. He did, 2 shows on Tucker, and they were damning. They were 100% damning. And you can corroborate the evidence yourself. But Tucker lied about his history. He lied about his father's history, saying he didn't know his father was affiliated with the CIA, even though he ran Voice of America. It's just totally ludicrous. So
happen. It's a yes or a no. And I'm going to again challenge you to lie. And if you do lie, I'm going to expose the lies, and I'm going to start dropping videos, actually. So that's where I'm
so
of the games. Enough with trying to allow Israel to wrangle a narrative that you know is not true.
Oh yeah. See, like this dumb bitch, whether she knows it or not, whether she's in on it or not, is actually playing into. She's actually like in a fucked up twist of events is actually running cover for Israel by pushing this theory with no evidence. Like all her evidence has been debunked. It's sad because we definitely need to be able to criticize the Jews on some things. And that's why, man, like we need to be legit. We can't just make shit up. We can't make shit up. The reason why people are getting red pilled is because we have the truth on our side. The reason why this is inevitable is because we have the truth on our side. What we're saying about Israel, about the JQ, all of this stuff, it's true. But the moment we start pushing fabricated stories or things that are not true, we lose our biggest advantage. We need to maintain our credibility. It means we need to be very intelligent with what we put out there and what we believe. We need proper discernment. And this is why it's like, dude, the masses getting red pilled presents unique challenges because the masses, think about like what they find compelling. They watch CNN, they watch Fox News. Like their political worldview is stitched together by like sound bites and talking points. You know, we're gonna make America great again. Democracy doesn't die in darkness. Shit like that, you know? That's like the normie brain. That's like the kind of stuff they operate on. And so like when they start getting red pilled, it's like, it's not like their IQ jumps up 15 points. It's still the same IQ. And so it's just like, people really need to like, just lurk more, I guess. Just because Nick says he's a Fed, I don't believe he's a Fed. Tucker fans think your boy Nick is a Fed. Everybody's a Fed. But you have to look at the evidence. Anybody can levy an accusation at anyone else. That doesn't really matter. But if you look at the evidence, it's clear Tucker Carlson's like his family, himself, very much associated with the CIA. Candace actually says a whole lot of things I've been saying for a decade already. It seems narrow-minded to say it's just that transsexual acting alone. Shit didn't work like that. Yeah, okay, here's the thing. But saying that the transsexual didn't act alone or that there's something else going on does not automatically validate any crackpot retarded theory people can come up with. Like, yeah, something fishy is afoot. The lack of evidence that's come out from the FBI is concerning. Especially when it comes to the bullet and the autopsy. But that doesn't mean all of a sudden that the trapdoor theory or anything like that carries any weight. Actually, I believe Henry Kissinger, who said the truth doesn't matter, the only thing that matters is what is perceived to be true. Benjamin Netanyahu and all his agents know this. We have to wake up. This is propaganda. We're not even about the truth. That's why we have to be right. That's why we can't fall for like that's why we cannot listen to just these theories that have no evidence backing them. Why is this going like every... Oh, is that every 20? I guess it is. Yep, that. They're never going to prove anything. That's why they're paving everything over and hiding all the evidence and saying it was a magic bullet. This looks like JFK all over again. Sure, that's fair, but that doesn't mean that you just fill in the gaps in the story with whatever. That doesn't mean that all of a sudden all of these theories are plausible. You understand, like, just because Candace has criticized Israel in the past or questions the authenticity of the FBI doesn't mean that she's telling the truth. Like, it would not be effective propaganda. You just said it's an information war. It would not be effective propaganda if there was no compelling part to it. So Candace, the part that's compelling about her is she's nominally critical of Israel. Great. Fine. But then she goes out and she says all of these other things based on the credibility she's established because she's critical of what? The FBI in Israel. At this point, dude, everybody's critical of the FBI in Israel. It doesn't make you special anymore just because you have a platform. If Israel was telling the truth, they wouldn't control the United States. I don't necessarily see what one has to do with the other. Man.
Lie and to protect.
Yeah.
When I say oddly, I mean this is oddly. When I say oddly, I mean this has never happened in the history of all of our investigations. No one emailed us to say that they knew either of those two individuals, neither the blonde that's with Shaner or the person that is wearing the blue hat that is with Shaner. I said, that's weird. Nobody in the whole wide Candace Owens universe of investigation. It was making me believe maybe those two individuals are like, I don't know, from overseas. Like maybe they're not even American.
This is retarded. The microphone bomb is crazy work. Dude. The evidence is it was a magic bullet. A human neck bone stopped the 30-06 that will easily shoot through a quarter-inch steel plate. Tucker Carlson was the only one willing to go interview Vladimir Putin and pissed off the feds completely. Dude, no, man. He's doing diplomacy. Tucker Carlson has access to Vladimir Putin. Tucker Carlson, he's interviewing Putin, Milei. I think he interviewed Bolsonaro. He interviewed an official from Iran. This is not a journalist. He's conducting diplomacy, man. But he's posing as a journalist when he's not. You think if he wasn't associated with the feds, they would allow him to fly out and interview Vladimir Putin? Just some random journalist. You think they would let that happen? Like one of the biggest American commentators is just gonna on a whim go and interview Vladimir Putin? You think that like he could do that without the blessing of the feds? There's a guy in the front row in a brown shirt and sunglasses that presses the detonator to the microphone bomb on Charlie's chest also. Let's just see the bullet. Why don't we just see the bullet? If the bullet is in his neck, let's just see the bullet. Dude. This is what I'm talking about. This right here is what I'm talking about. You're never going to see the bullet, sadly. Yeah, so are we just like, what, it was a microphone. There was a bomb in the microphone. Like, does that just all of a sudden means every other theory has equal credibility? Oh. I put the video into ChatGPT and shows significant force coming from the microphone as well. Oh, ChatGPT says it's true. We know the Israelis love to assassinate people. They actually brag about it. After Israel assassinates a bunch of people with exploding pages. Yeah, that doesn't mean... Okay, yes. That doesn't mean Israel did it. Just because they have a penchant for assassination and they're clearly capable of it, doesn't mean they actually did it. That's conjecture. Yeah, there is something kind of I guess one way to look at it, Todd, is like there is something kind of nice, white pilling, as frustrating as it is, to everybody like jumping on Israel. You know, there is something that's actually positive about that. It is to say a lot of people are waking up to Israel, which is a good thing. But we just can't like jump to conclusions. Why did they remove evidence from a murder scene? I just want the truth. Yeah, that's suspicious.
That towards the end, Charlie was just
Why did this
offering
autoplay?
love letters.
Like, yeah, that is a suspicious thing. But like, other than like there might be a cover up going on, what kind of conclusion can you really draw from that? I think that's like that is far more like I think we can all agree there's something fishy going on. But the idea that we're going to get bogged down on all these theories of like how Charlie Kirk was killed based on what evidence exactly? Like, and is that even really what matters? There's a bomb in his microphone. I really don't think that there was a bomb in his microphone. And just based on the audio, if that were the case, if there was a fucking bomb in his microphone, what do you think like it would have sounded like? Because he had a live mic. If a bomb goes off, don't you think that's going to be super loud to like the listeners? There's a bomb going off like in a microphone that's going to for a split second transmit. Like you're going to hear that. You're going to hear that in the stream. But also the audio is going to be coming from the stage where Charlie is sitting and not somewhere off to the right, because everybody turns their head to the right as soon as the shot rings out. So if the shot or the explosion or whatever came from the stage, then everybody would be looking at the stage. But that's not what happens. So, fuck man. The security team was acting strange, but I don't buy that theory at all. Nick Fuentes knows as much about shooting as I do, which is really nothing. Assassination, I should say. So then, okay, you have to understand, you have to prove a positive. If you're saying Israel did it, okay, you have to provide sufficient evidence for that. You can't just make an assumption that Israel did it. It makes us look legitimately, like when they say there's low IQ anti-Semites out there that see Jews and everything, they're talking about people who, like in situations like this. This is a calculated move from like Tucker Carlson. And people are falling for like fucking idiots, man. It's painful. It's painful to watch. Because you know why? Because if everybody jumps to conclusions without sufficient evidence, that proves their histrionic narrative correct. Their schizophrenic narrative that all of these people that are anti-Semitic, they just hate Jews just because. No evidence. They just blame Jews constantly. You're actually giving them like credence to that theory. And so the next time they like push for more censorship, more hate speech laws, they'll point to situations like this where all of these people jump on Israel as the suspect based on little evidence. So you're actually proving their point. Jumping to conclusions and testing all theories are two different things. Yes, you can explore theories. That's fine. Explore theories, but do not jump to conclusions. Man, if there was a microphone bomb, that would be key evidence. The thing snapped like a rocket. I don't know. I didn't see that in the footage. 30-6 wound is sus. Yeah, we can agree on that. I would have expected it to have blown his neck out. But that doesn't mean that all of these theories are equally plausible. Like, just because the wound is sus and there's likely some kind of cover-up, or at the very least they're not being forthright with information, doesn't mean that every theory is equally valid. At this point, everybody just automatically suspects it was the Jews. When I was a kid, my bike got stolen. I suspected it was my black friend. Okay. Yeah, the audio is pretty conclusive as to what happened. Yeah. And there were plenty of people independently filming with their phones. And the audio, the detonation or the gunshot, whatever you want to call it, is not coming from the stage. So it's not a microphone bomb. It's highly unlikely. It's highly unlikely it was anybody near Charlie Kirk, because you would have heard that. None of these people have an explanation for why there's no sound coming from the stage itself. Also, it's a large exit wound in Charlie's neck. I'm convinced that what we see is the entry wound. I don't think the shot in front of his neck is an exit wound. I'm very much convinced that that's an entry. It turned out I was right. I see my bike and a whole bunch of other bike frames being repainted in his backyard. Trust your instincts. Kanye West also popularized hating Jewish people. Read from the chef. Like playing chess, you need to think more than 2 moves ahead. The microphone bomb is Stu Peters' theory. It's just like, this is just, it's kind of like, yeah, do your due diligence, but like, dude, oh, fuck, man, I don't know how much more I could like really explain this, man. I feel like it's pretty self-explanatory. They should free that kid. They say did it since they don't know it was him. Well, I think that the bullet, or lack thereof, that's kind of the smoking gun piece of evidence. And if they're not willing to produce it, it's like, how can you definitively say that the shot came from that rifle? But we'll see what happens. There was a lot of low IQ Americans that believed the official JFK magic bullet theory for the last 60 years. As a Jewish tactic, if you discriminate, you got low IQ and you're a conspiracy theorist. Every time somebody disagrees with Ben Shapiro or Mark Levin, he says low IQ conspiracy theorist. The Brazilians claimed it was the last 4,000 years they've never done anything wrong. Yeah, this is live. I am live right now. Dude, I am so tired of these Kick bots. These bots on Kick. Kick is such a shit platform, man. It's very easy for me to fire a little 22 at the same time you fired the 330-06. Hawker, then where is the audio? Where is the audio of the second shot? Where is the audio? Where is the evidence that there were 2 shots? You don't hear 2 shots. You hear 1 shot.
And it turns out, yeah.
It would be easy to push. Do you see how convoluted that theory is? Do you see how much more complicated, how many more moving parts there are to that theory, and how much harder it would be to execute that theory than just the like one shooter, that there was just one shooter, for example, something closer to the official narrative? You're telling me they had it down to like the millisecond. The very millisecond the detonator goes off, you would still hear it. People next to it would still hear it. They would hear it. They would see it. It would have been picked up in the audio, but it's not. It's not like, you know, dude. Because you have to also consider this, okay? Let's say, maybe you didn't think about this. Let's say you had the patsy on the roof, but you had a shooter close up. You know that around every 10 meters or so, you increase the latency on sound by 3 milliseconds. So now you have to take the latency of the sound in consideration by how far the shooter is, and now you have to put a delay on your shot as well. Like, do you see how complicated this becomes now? Do you see how complicated and how unlikely that theory is? Is it impossible? No. But it is highly, highly, highly unlikely. And the fact that nobody noticed any other sound coming from near the stage indicates that, to me, it totally debunks that theory just altogether. Because the odds, you have like 3,000 people around. You're telling me nobody heard like a big pop or gunshot next to the stage itself, or if you were close enough, felt the overpressure from a gunshot or an explosion. This is what I'm talking about, man. I haven't seen any proof that it was that autistic gay kid, actually. I don't know if he's just a patsy. I guess it's possible he acted alone. Maybe he's being framed. Sure, but that doesn't mean, just because he's a patsy, he's not the real shooter, doesn't mean that all of these other theories are likely. What that means that maybe the guy that was on that roof is not actually Robinson at all. That's what that's like what the next plausible conclusion would be. That the guy you see running off the fucking roof, that's caught on independent footage, you can see it on people's cell phone cameras, a guy running off the roof, the CCTV footage, the audio that sounds like the shot is coming from the right and behind, would indicate that it's the shot most definitely came from that rooftop. There's overwhelming evidence to suggest that, at least for the time being, that is the most plausible explanation, especially when you compare it to all of these other explanations, like the palm pistol or the camera gun or the microphone gun. You simply, and if nothing else, because we would have heard it, and we don't hear that. Yes, I haven't seen. Yeah. Getting one guide. We're talking about 0.00001%. Well, not zero, might as well be. Yeah, it's just like, it's so improbable that seriously considering these as possibilities, it's a waste of time, and it discredits yourself. You discredit yourself when you lean into these theories heavily. It's one thing to like speculate, especially not on like a platform where people can misconstrue what you're saying, that to just sort of think out loud about the possibilities, but you need evidence to guide you towards proper conclusions. If there were two shots and they were coming from different locations, it would be a different story. Maybe then we could start to speculate on these, or, you know, we could put more weight into these other speculative theories, but otherwise it's just not worth the time. And it kills your credibility when you do that. It absolutely kills your credibility. I don't believe he did it. Also, the text messages to his trans lover seem very fake. Fine, fair. But that doesn't mean that like the methodology of how Charlie Kirk was killed is now debunked because the text messages look fake. You understand? One does not necessarily have anything to do with the other. You can't hear it, dude. You can't hear the audio of a second shot. If somebody fires 30-06, you won't hear the 22 fired at the same time. And if you would, if you're standing next to it, you absolutely would. You would feel the overpressure. You would smell it. You would smell the gunpowder. It's actually very difficult. Like, absolutely, you would hear it. And especially when the 30-06 is being fired from several hundred feet away. It's not in the crowd. Like, yeah, it would probably be louder. The 30-06 probably would be louder, but you would still pick up that second shot. It's not like everybody goes deaf. If you have a 22 with a suppressor on it, you're not going to hear anything. You still will. You'll still hear it if you're next to it. And also, does that wound even look like a 22? I don't think that the entry wound is even a 22. I don't even know if the 22 could sever Charlie Kirk's spine. I mean, maybe. 22 is a very small round. But you see, like, now the ballistics don't really match up. Like, maybe it wasn't a 30-06, but I don't think it was a 22. But clearly, Charlie Kirk suffered spinal cord damage based on his reflexive arms going up. That is indicative of a damaged spinal cord. He was likely paralyzed immediately from that shot. So that shot did damage. If my girlfriend tells me a story and then I start changes as I ask questions, it raises my suspicions. What does that have to do with anything? What's up with them tearing apart the Wendy's and all the workers disappeared? I don't know. Again, like, there are problems with the narrative. There are clear issues with the FBI's response and how forthright or how non-forthright they've been with their information. I don't believe that guy could get up on a roof 200 yards away with the 30-06 and make that shot. That scope would be knocked out of whack. Based on what assumption exactly? A hunting scope that is designed to be out in the wilderness. They're designed to be attached to your rifle and to hold zero. That assumption doesn't make any sense. In 1963, 62% of Americans didn't believe the official narrative that Oswald did the assassination on JFK himself. I didn't realize it was that high. He can't break that gun down and put it back together and hide it in the woods. None of that shit makes any sense. What do you mean? Well, if he had a screwdriver, yeah, he can. It's not like, if you have the right, you just need a multi-tool. That's all you need, and you could break a gun down. And, you know, there was a YouTube video we watched that shows that, yeah, you could realistically hide it in his pants and make it not look conspicuous. Totally possible. I was a little suspicious of that too. I'm like, I don't know how, because I didn't think he could fit it in his pants. I thought it would be in his backpack and that he wouldn't be able to fit it in his backpack. But as evidenced, as I saw new evidence, I realized it's a lot more plausible than I initially believed, based on what I saw. Based on the fact that people demonstrated you could reliably disassemble the gun into at least two pieces and put it in his waistband and not have it in print, not have it showing. Let's say he is a patsy, then he will be assassinating himself, then the public immediately turns and says it's Hawker, he didn't break the gun down after the shot. Yeah, I don't think he broke it down either. I think he wrapped it in something and he ditched it in the woods. I think he bolted after he took the shot. Assuming that that's actually him, which for the time being, I'm willing to believe that the footage we have is of him. I've always felt crazy because I never believed the official story to 9/11. The feds that found the gun fully assembled wrapped in a towel in the woods. How much sound would an exploding microphone make? Quite a bit, and I think there would be a lot more shrapnel, and you would see it more. It would have left more of a impression. Did anybody see an exploding microphone? Is like, other than just like schizos on the internet watching the footage and coming up with theories. Was an eyewitness person there saying, I saw the microphone explode? If not, then there's really not a lot of credence to that theory. Robinson didn't jump off the roof holding an assembled rifle. It kind of looks like he does in that footage. It looks like he's holding something wrapped in a towel or something. That's because he didn't break it down after the shot, Hawker. He had broken it down, got the roof, reassembled it, took the shot, covered up in the towel, and ran to the woods. Yeah. Bro has never been to a rifle range. Yeah, dude. Who owned the property the rifle was found on? That you guys know? I don't know if that was disclosed. If the microphone was able to shoot a projectile, it is in alignment. Fuck, dude. Again, you would have heard it. For people with the microphone theory, please explain to me. Please explain why we didn't hear it. Because there were at least two microphones. Charlie had a microphone, and then there's a microphone in the audience. So clearly, if something loud pops off, it would also probably be amplified by the live microphones there in the vicinity. But you don't hear that. So why are we entertaining this theory? My dad was shooting sparrows. They were attacking his bluebirds back door at 22. Nobody hears anything. How many guns have you shot? And he lives in a residential neighborhood. I've shot everything from a 22 up to actually 30-06. Yeah, I fired up to 30-06. I fired plenty of guns. And it's very different shooting in your backyard versus shooting on a crowded campus with buildings around you to echo the sound signature. It's the name of the guy, Crooks. He would have had to attach a scope when he got into position. We saw a demonstration that it's likely that it was already attached. I could pull up the video, but literally someone demonstrated they disassembled it into two parts, the barrel with the scope assembled and the rest of the stock, put it into either side of his pants and had it running up the side of his shirt like this, kind of tucked under his armpit. And it was very difficult to see at all that he had anything smuggled under there. If you have a suppressed 9mm, it's actually quiet. Not that quiet, man. Not that quiet. Yeah, it's quiet, but it's still very loud. To the point where you would still want to wear ear protection when firing a suppressed 9mm. Andrew Colvett talking to Kirk's physician is crazy. Doctors usually talk to the family. Yeah, and as far as I'm concerned, that's like an unsubstantiated claim. Like, I would rather hear it from like the doctor himself, because that's a secondhand source. It's not like that. Effectively, that's like hearsay. I want a name. I want somebody who's putting their reputation on the line. It's going to come out, and the doctor that actually did this, that actually operated on Charlie, I would rather hear it straight from him. And I would also like to see an autopsy report. I would also like to see the bullet. But otherwise, it's like there's not really, I have to trust. Now it's on Andrew Colvett and his reputation. The force is imitated by the mic. Imitated? Okay, I get it. You believe Israel had nothing to do with it and he was a lone gunman. Most Americans aren't going to believe that. Most Americans will believe that I'm saying, like, it's kind of hard to come to any kind of definitive conclusion. We're dealing in the realm of probabilities here. It does actually seem like an exploding microphone would blow out the. Okay. The effect, like his shirt moving, two things. Bullets have a vortex because it's a fast moving projectile. So when you have a projectile moving through space, it's displacing air. That means that behind the bullet, it's low pressure. So there's a vortex. You can see it. You can see, especially on like a hot day, you can see the air being displaced by a fast moving projectile. If you've ever had like you throw a football and it goes by your head, there's a draft. Have people forgotten about that? So you have a very fast moving projectile that's creating this vortex. That's what is displacing his shirt. The movement of his shirt is super odd. That's why the microphone theory seems plausible. Well, I just explained why. that came from the bullet. It's like literally, if I like what's it? Like literally, just like take a fucking. Let me see if I have something I can. I don't know. If I take my phone, right, and I like fan myself, you see how easy that is to create a draft? Now take a bullet going like supersonic. How much energy is behind that, and what kind of effects that will have on the atmosphere. All I know is we'll probably never know the truth, and Charlie didn't deserve this. Yeah, that's why we're dealing in the realm of probability, and so to come to any kind of definitive, Israel did it, you just have to follow the evidence. And I don't think there's really enough evidence to suggest that Israel is the most likely culprit. Is it impossible? No, it's not impossible. But I think there are candidates that are more likely than Israel based on the information we have. If the Israels did it, you're never going to hear about it. Just like the USS Liberty, there will be a massive cover-up. Except, dude, the Israels admit that they did the USS Liberty. There are survivors that said, yeah, Israel did it because they saw the Israeli planes and helicopters and gunboats. There's a lot more evidence that indicates that Israel did it than Israel did this. That Israel did the USS Liberty than that Israel did this. The two are not... Oh, man. They may even come out and say the Iranians did it. At this point, I feel like they already would have said that. At this point, I think that they already would have said the Iranians did it if they were going to say that. They debunked that moving air theory. It's not a theory, it's physics. It's physics, man. Not to mention, like, Charlie is getting shot. Like, he's getting hit by a bullet. And so there's going to be reverberations in his body, too.
I wanted to get to the bottom, as I said earlier, of who that second person was in the photo with his nephew, cousin, whatever you want to call him. And we got just one hit. So this is the website. It's a Gothic underground of all things in Provo, the website Buzzard and Bees. And they're speaking about a Gothic prom. That is where that person's face comes up, except he's wearing makeup to make him, well, look a little more Gothic. Take a look at this. I'm going to show you the side by side of this individual. And I am certain, can't say 100%, okay, because we need to find this person's name.
Yeah, I mean, Candace, someone's suggesting that these people are from overseas because you can't immediately identify who these people are. It's just such a, like, how do you go from point A to point B there? Pretty sure bullets break the sound barrier. It's going to wiggle a shirt, guys. Yeah, it's like, okay, so let me get this straight. So a bullet, if this was a 30-06 or wasn't a 30-06, whatever the case may be, was capable of, like, destroying Charlie Kirk's spine, but doesn't disrupt the air at all? Does that make sense to anybody? Israel claimed that they did not know the USS Liberty. Okay. What does the USS Liberty have to do with this? It's 20 days out. More information will come out in the coming year. What's the difference between making your mind now versus in a year? Yeah, it's just like you don't have... Also, look, you don't have to have a strong opinion on everything. You don't have to have a definitive answer on everything if there's just not enough evidence. Israel has the bell and wheel from the sub that tried to sink the USS Liberty in the museum. Also, didn't Israel admit to it and say it was an accident? Look, the USS Liberty was clearly an intentional act by Israel. But what does that have to do with this? What does that have to do when there was visual confirmation that the attackers were Israeli? That is a very different situation than what we're currently dealing with. The USS Liberty has nothing to do with this, other than just this vague demonstration that Israel is totally capable of doing bad things and trying to cover it up. But that doesn't actually prove that Israel did this. Olay. He has an overcharged plasma pistol. His shields are already down, thus no bullet. Real. Real, dude. Have people thought about it was a plasma. It was a plasma bolt. And that's why there's no bullet, because it was never a bullet to begin with. Yeah. Could have been the Ukraine. There's a number of suspects. But there's, how can you definitively say it's anyone at this point? Other than, like, I still think that, you know, the official narrative is, although it's not the strongest case by any means, it's more likely than these other explanations. Like, people are totally fucking mind raped, dude. I swear. It's like, this is not rocket science, man.
But this is a match, okay? The ears.
Anyway, I'm done with fucking Candace Owens. This was a mistake. I should not have brought up Candace Owens. This is like, what am I doing? What am I doing? I should have known this would just be just a terrible idea. Ugh. Yeah, it was the Groypers and LG. Yeah, totally. Remember that? Remember how they were trying to pin it on the Groypers? That made 0 sense. 0 sense. Well, it's like, I remember when Hippocratic. I remember when like Trump got shot at, and one of my suspects was potentially Ukraine because of the rhetoric that he was going to end the Ukraine war. There was at one point they were saying that Cooks was a patsy. It was some other guy they thought it was, and they had a picture of. And I don't even know if there was ever anything definitive that came out of that, but like the picture of the guy they had on the roof did not really look like Brooks. It looked like this other guy that served in Ukraine. And at that point in time, I wondered, like, is this just a guy that was like totally one shot by the Ukrainian story? You know, like the narrative that Trump is a threat to democracy and we need to defend Ukraine. He put two and two together and thought Trump was a real threat or whatever, and went out to go shoot him. That would kind of explain maybe some of the his rifleman skills, but the war in Ukraine's still going on. So maybe they took a risk at that point, but I just think, for me to go out and say like it was definitely Ukraine, I mean, I just don't think there's enough evidence for that. Dude, I hate Kick. Why do I even stream on this platform? I have a suspicion that it was a separatist alliance. Charlie was going hard against the Trade Federation in the blockade of Naboo. Real. Yeah, it was those damn clankers. It was the fucking clankers that got him. We haven't even thought of the clankers, dude. Of course. It was the clankers. It was a blaster shot. It wasn't a bullet at all. It was a blaster. We're all looking in the wrong place. The USS Liberty has everything to do with it because it proves that Israel has always committed false attacks. It proves Israel not our ally and can't be trusted. That is true. But that doesn't prove that they are responsible for this shooting. Just because they commit false flags in the past, are we going to ignore that there are millions of deranged leftists in this country? Are we just going to ignore that fact that there are these fucking psychopaths that are getting like MK Ultra one-shotted by all kinds of bullshit, porn addicts, SSRI users, shit like that? Are we going to just ignore that fact entirely? Yeah, it was Palpatine pulling the strings. Yeah, Newt Gunray. Where was Newt Gunray when Charlie Kirk got shot? I have questions. Kai and Wuza have Trade Federation. Yeah, I think, Kai's Mormon. Yeah, the banking clan. Yeah, Cyberdyne. It was a Terminator. It was a Terminator from the future. Coming to kill Charlie Kirk. Because Charlie Kirk is actually John Connor. I drove into consumerism to satiate my existential dread and bought an e-bike. When I'm zooming up and down the road, I don't even know who Benjamin Netanyahu is. I'm glad you're having fun, KO. Yeah, dude, all this shit is just like fucking, like, this is like really frustrating. In case you couldn't tell, it's like incredibly frustrating for me. In case you couldn't tell, this is extremely frustrating. Israel do bad things all the time, therefore they assassinate Charlie Kirk. Yeah, exactly. Well said, Zod. It's just like, dude, reel it in a little bit. Be careful, those e-bike batteries are dangerous. What, lithium ion? Just be careful with lithium ion. Just, as long as you're not like fucking puncturing it with like a knife or something. If you smell smoke, if it starts smoking, don't stick around, For many years, I believed the official story about 9/11. I thought everybody that was questioning 9/11 back then was a low IQ conspiracy theorist. Well, here's the problem, Hawker. There are low IQ conspiracy theorists. I used to sound just like Nick Fuentes back when 9/11 happened. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that it's always Israel. Ugh. They're not, like, the Israelis are not omnipotent. They're shit, man. What did Nick say? The recent moves against the ADL are just another example of Jewish infighting. The ADL was considered to be too close to the Israel. Oh, this Coke is making me burp. Critical American left, and will simply be replaced by another Jewish group that was aligned with the Israeli right. Probably better, but not much. Yeah, look, honestly, man, I would almost prefer it if they didn't delete their extremist list, because I think it kind of, they're just exposing themselves. Like, really, they're going to put Christian identity as under hate extremism, hate or terrorism. Like, literally, they were just telling you how much they hate you. And it's like, you couldn't ask for like an easier dunk or piece of evidence. I'd almost prefer it if they kept it up. But Batar, a hard-right Israeli group, is celebrating the defeat of the ADL and will motion to condemn the group at the World Zionist Congress. This is the same group that has been working with the State Department to create lists of pro-Palestine activists for deportation. Yeah. Very important. Very important people understand this. And at this point, man, it's just red meat for the base. It's just red meat for the base. What does this actually do for us? I'm not attacking you, brother. I'm just saying there's several possibilities. And I agree there are several possibilities, but we can't jump to conclusions. It's fine to explore possibilities, but it doesn't mean all of these possibilities have equal plausibility. Hate them back? Yeah, dude, fuck the ADL. Nick could be right. Maybe this weirdo acted completely alone, and it's very likely he didn't act alone also. Well, Nick is really not saying either or. He's really not saying definitively that the shooter acted alone or didn't act alone. But it is to say that there's more evidence that of the official narrative than Israel did this. Again, about probability. I'm actually 100% sick of hearing about any bullshit in the Middle East. I hate that entire region, actually. Well, frankly, we should own the Middle East. Considering how much we've invested in the Middle East, like, that territory should effectively be under our control. And that doesn't mean boots on the ground or anything like that, but really through influence. But we fucked that up because we've just been destabilizing the region for Israel's sake. Like, we should have good relations with a lot of these countries. We should be influencing them heavily. That's what an empire does. I think the kid's trans girlfriend was the getaway driver, and she hates white Christians. Well, But, again, is there evidence of the getaway driver? I mean, it's fun to speculate, but if you can place his trans boyfriend or whatever anywhere near the scene of the crime or driving around, like, but until then, it's just speculation. TikTok removed the juice. It's over. Yeah, TikTok is cooked. Because their most important front is the information war. It's the propaganda war. That's why they bought TikTok. Because they were losing control of the narrative. ADL was well funded and went after our side. This is a big loss for them. I guess. I just think that the difference is kind of marginal. It's like, okay, so left-wing Jews have less power, but right-wing Jewish Zionists are just there to fill in the gap. You understand? Like, yeah, I don't like the ADL, but we'd be remiss if we didn't think there were other groups just like the ADL. But maybe ideologically right-wing instead of left-wing. Like, let's be real for a second. Like, Ben Shapiro is probably more of a threat to us than the ADL, simply because a lot of people think he's on our side. So, conspiracy theory was a term created by the CIA. They don't want you to question everything. That is true. In the 60s, in response to the JFK assassination, they called it a baseless conspiracy theory. That term didn't exist before that. Lines up AIPAC to get rubbed out next. Yeah, I mean, look, that's why the problem is not Zionists or any particular organization. It's collective fifth column Jewry. 2% of the population, 8% of the conversation. Yeah, pretty sure Ben Shapiro is a good marksman with the... yeah, okay. Losing ADL is nothing. They have AI to do the censorship. It's all gonna be automated and silent. Yeah, I actually kind of preferred it when they were open and upfront about how much they fucking hated us. I'd rather it not be replaced by these more subversive right-wing Jewish chauvinist groups that people are going to put their trust in because... why? Because the Republican Party likes them, or because Trump likes them, or Kash Patel prefers them over the ADL? Like, the ADL, the bar is so low, it's like... any replacement is not really saying much. If Israel will do what it take over TikTok, they will also do whatever it takes to take Turning Point University too. They already control Turning Point, man. They already controlled Turning Point. TPUSA. They already had, so much so that Netanyahu, trying to rebuild the credibility of TPUSA, said that no, Charlie Kirk was our guy 100%. Okay. Anyway. Josh Hammer says there is no single person... Wait, what did Nick reply to here? Candace Owens knowingly lied to her audience, claiming Tyler Robinson never said vehicle in an old video when he absolutely did. She just cut it out.
There's old footage of Tyler Robinson that is now circulating from a car accident that he had. And during the discussion with the officer that showed up, Tyler certainly refers to it as his car, not his vehicle, because that's how most English speakers refer to a car unless they're in the military or on the police force. So here is 2022 police body cam footage, in case you missed that, of Tyler making a crash report. Take a listen.
Your mom's on her way?
Yeah, she's gonna be a minute. She's gotta shuttle over from where she's at to her car and then drive over.
Gotcha.
His mother was gonna shuttle over from her car? Interesting.
Yeah, I was looking up at the light just before getting there.
Okay.
I saw it shift yellow. And as I get into the intersection, the bolts, there was a vehicle in the lane.
Is that something that you say? I'm just gonna go outside to my vehicle. I left something in my vehicle. Apparently, they just shoot the breeze with one another and they say vehicle and retrieve. And if you don't believe me, then good. You shouldn't believe that. You shouldn't believe me when I say that. And Nick was particularly asking him to determine who owned a white vehicle. And everyone locally had looked at this vehicle and said, I can help you to just figure out more about this vehicle. And suddenly a president gets shot in a moving vehicle. November 22nd, 1963, JFK was shot. President JFK was shot sitting alongside his wife in a vehicle.
Dude. This bitch is so fucking dumb. It is so fucking painful, man. So all of a sudden, according to her, if you say vehicle, that's suspicious because people don't use that word in everyday vernacular. Like, dude. Is that supposed to prove he was some kind of fed? Or some kind of agent? Some kind of professional killer? Or... Dude. Dude. Of course they had control of Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA last year, but it seems like Charlie Kirk turned against Israel in recent months. That's not true. That was debunked. Let me say that again. That was debunked. So much so, Netanyahu came out and said that's not true. Max Blumenthal came out and backtracked on the $150 million money that was offered to Charlie Kirk. That's a fake story. Another weird thing, the photo, she looks like a Mexican-looking guy. He didn't even look like Tyler Robinson. I don't know what that's referring to. Nick finally mentioned cybersecurity last night. People rejoicing over ADL have no idea how bad our situation is. Dude, Silicon Valley is filled with Unit 8200 spies. They're in government, they're in Microsoft, they're in like all of our major tech companies is filled with Israeli spies. Many of these companies were started by Israelis, ex-IDF members. There are backdoors all over the place. People really have no idea how bad things are. Israelis are smarter than the Americans? Not necessarily, in terms of raw IQ. Their average IQ is like 95 in Israel. It's like about 100 in America. Candace is clearly grifting / farming the Charlie situation to the max. Dude, she sucks. She sucks, man. Honestly, like, nobody should take her seriously. Nobody. It's at the point where people who take her seriously are just as fucking dumb as she is. This is painful. This is painful, and like people buying into this, it's actually setting us back. Sure, most of the Israelis think Americans are a bunch of morons. They think everyone's a moron. Bro, can't trust a war criminal. So, well, do you like legitimately think that letter is fake then? It's like people will, like, depending on their narrative, depending on what they want to believe, will decide if that letter is genuine or not. Really look at AOC, she's a moron, it's a bunch of corrupt morons running the government. Take a moment, look at all the planning that went to planning the pagers. Yeah, I mean, it took at least 2 years of planning. These people are very sophisticated and patient. No doubt about that. This is fucking crazy.
But he, I think, felt that he sometimes had to be a little critical of Prime Minister Netanyahu or something there to try to maintain credibility with younger folks, with millennial NG. I think he thought that if he would go kind of full Ben Shapiro, Mark Levin, I'm not picking on Ben and Mark, they're both good friends. I'm just saying hypothetically, I think Charlie thought that if he would have gone there, he would have probably.
Yeah, here's Josh Hammer, who, Jew, worked for Ben Shapiro, ardent Zionist, etc., an op, saying that, in his words, no single person in America who did more to keep Nick Fuentes and the Groypers at bay than Charlie Kirk. So why would Netanyahu, why would the Israelis kill, according to their own spokesperson, kill the guy that did the most to keep Nick Fuentes at bay? Because now that Charlie's gone, clearly Nick is, as if it weren't already questioned or questionable, clearly Nick is now the prominent thought leader in right-wing politics, clearly. I think it's uncontested at this point. So if this was an Israeli op, I think it really backfired for them. Because now there is no gatekeeper. Like, a prominent gatekeeper, gatekeeping Nick, and people to the right of Charlie Kirk is now gone. Why would they do that? Why would the Israelis knowingly do that? Unless they were gambling for some bigger payoff, but I don't see that payoff. How is this paying off for them? Exactly. Our critical infrastructure is compromised at the hardware level, not just the software level. Intel, Snapdragon, Cisco, all at back doors. Israel's a big one. I mean, even China. We were sourcing a number of chips from China. And that was years ago. It might not be the case anymore, but clearly this is a national security crisis. The fact, never mind the fact that we have AIPAC. The fact that we have all of these ex-Israeli companies and workers and the highest level of security in our country is just, that's clearly a major security risk. That's clearly, as Americans, we should want no foreign country to have backdoors like that, but especially a country that's been as unhinged and hostile as Israel. So, anyway.
Lost credibility. And the reality is, Shabbos, that there was probably no single person in America, which is the point that you're correctly making, there was no single person in America who did more to keep Nick Fuentes, that whole...
Yeah, Jonathan Pollard handed our tech secrets to Russia and China, and Trump let him go. Yeah, for what was it, $500 billion? I think Israel made about $500 billion in the 70s and 80s off of selling our secrets to our enemies. Some ally, right? Our avionics tech from our bombers, ballistics. Unbelievable.
Groyper neo-Nazi crew. Literally no one did more to keep them at bay than Charlie Kirk. No one. And it is a massive, massive issue that I am very concerned about in his absence. In fact, here in Florida, where I live, the rabbi where I go to synagogue, knew that Charlie and I were friends, and he called me, within minutes of on that terrible Wednesday afternoon of getting the news. This was actually one of his very first things he said to me was he immediately had this thought as to what happens to that kind of Nick Fuentes Groyper energy from there. I wish I had a good answer. I do not know what the answer is there.
Yeah, I mean, again, why would they kill their top gatekeeper? Why would they kill their top guy? So now Nick Fuentes is he's ascended. His generational run is only just begun. And now his biggest gatekeeper is gone. Does anybody else in TPUSA have anywhere near the same clout that Charlie Kirk had? There's nobody there that can fill those shoes. So, dude, it's I guess everyone's just piling on Candace. I guess today is just the anti-Candace day. Well, if you're here, if you're enjoying watching me suffer, don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to hit that like button. Subscribe. Enable notifications by hitting the bell icon so you know when I go live. Leave a comment. Whatever you want. Whatever you're feeling. Whatever's on your mind. Let me know. Follow all my socials in the description, and yeah. I won't be here tomorrow. I know I wasn't here yesterday, but I won't be here tomorrow. I'm going to be out of town. I'm leaving early, and I'm going to be coming back in very early. Be like a 24-hour day for me. Not looking forward to it. But so Friday, when I'm back, good chance it'll be a later show. I'll go live later because I'm going to be pretty pooped. Just letting you guys know ahead of time. Brilliant can fill those shoes. I have faith. Yeah, Brilliant Holly hand. Time to step up, bud. Your time has come. Candace keeps saying she has all this proof and videos, but hasn't produced a thing. Yep. Every time, without fail. I have the proof. I'm gonna drop it. You don't need permission, bitch. Just drop it. What do you mean? If you actually did... yeah, man. I don't know. I just genuinely don't know how people give her the time of day anymore. I mean, she's just... It's actually just painful. I'm actually getting a headache from this. What's up, Timothy? You think she's crazy? Yeah, I agree. I think she's a fucking nut job. But let's see what... I just refreshed my timeline, and Keith Woods has got an opinion on this. Candace challenged people to prove she was lying about there being a Zionist intervention on Charlie Kirk where he refused to visit Israel. Then everyone named as being at the meeting came out and refuted her version of events and produced text with Charlie corroborating their stories. That Charlie actually organized the whole thing. After this, Candace said more is going to come out, and insinuated she had written proof of her version of events that never produced anything. That's basically how she approaches every topic. Yeah. You used to like her, Charlie, her best friend, or so she claims to be, but don't F. What? Anime conference? Yeah, it was an anime conference. Yeah. Yeah, Charlie Kirk was like Asuka's best girl. And other people were like, nah. Ray, best girl. That's what all that was about. Wasn't she like not invited? Dude, she's been grifting off of his death. It's been pretty gross to watch. Apparently, I heard, was she not, I don't know the full story, but was she like not invited? Either way, dude, she sucks, man. She sucks. I think everyone had high hopes for her when she broke off from the Daily Wire. But immediately, what was her first theory? It was the Frankists. Oh, okay. Thanks, Candace. Yeah, you're making us all look like schizos. Dumb grifter, bitch. Yeah, she's 100% a grifter. And frankly, she's been a grifter her whole career. So, Ray's better though.
I'm going to challenge Turning Point USA executives.
She always talks like this too. Could that be, well, like, dude.
To issue a very clean statement saying that I am lying if this is not true. About 48 hours before Charlie...
We already reacted to this clip though, but we'll play it again.
Charlie informed people at Turning Point, as well as Jewish donors and a rabbi, that he had no choice but to abandon the pro-Israel cause outright. Okay, Charlie was done.
Where's the evidence,
he said
bitch?
Explicitly that he refused to be bullied anymore.
Where's the evidence?
Jewish donors.
Where are the receipts? Produce them.
That. Did he also express that he wanted to bring me, Candace Owens, back because he was standing up for himself? And then did he, just 48 hours later, conveniently catch a bullet to the throat before our on-stage reunion could happen?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was all about you.
It's a yes or a no. Okay, let's stop this ditching. Let's stop the
Israel
lying.
killed
Let's, like,
him, so
explicitly, I want to hear from Turning
they
Point
couldn't have an
USA
onstage
that I'm
reunion.
lying.
Charlie
I
Kirk and
want you to
Candace
say
couldn't have an
no,
onstage reunion.
no. It was just, you know, he was feeling a little bit of pressure. No, I want you to literally answer what I have just said. It either happened or it didn't. I'm either making it all up or it happened exactly as I'm saying. And while we're at it, may I ask, what is the name of the Jewish donor who sponsored the Hampton?
Actual low IQ anti-Semite right there. You want to talk about, you know, just proving these Jews right. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, I heard she didn't go because she was a government. What? Because it was, because she said it was a government psyop. Is that what you're trying to say? Didn't Charlie unfollow her, and didn't she never go on the Charlie Kirk show? I don't know. I don't think that really changes much though, but I'm not sure. Yeah, not the biggest fan of Candace. I'm really not. I'm very much anti-Candace. You too can marry a woman like Candace. Please no. Please no. Please no. Please, please no. Oh, dude. I don't know. Let's see. I'm sure he's probably following her still. I don't know why he wouldn't be. Can I? Oh, hang on. Maybe I have to like. Okay, I'm following Candace, so surely it would be like followers I know, right? I don't know if this is the best way to do this. Or maybe it has to be verified, right? Let's go verified, because I think Candace is verified. This is not helpful at all. Okay. Whatever. I don't know. It sucks, but the good Jews will get stereotyped right along with the bad ones. Oh, will somebody think about how this will affect the Jews? Well, if they're best friends, that would seem strange. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's politics. I doubt that they were the bestest of friends, but you know, is she wearing a weave? She probably just straightened her shit. Obviously, Candace ordered the hit and she's running cover. I have the proof. Yeah. Where was Candace on that day? Where was Candace? Where was Candace? I like where your mind is at, Sean. You're asking the real questions. Where was Candace? Where was she? How do we know it wasn't Candace Owens? I prefer Brandon Herrera. I like him some of his gun stuff. I mean, I don't, as far as politics go, I don't really know. He seems like kind of a pretty cookie cutter conservative. Not really good enough in my opinion. But I don't really know too much. Nothing really, I think too exceptional about Brandon Herrera. Like I said, I follow him on like YouTube. I like his gun videos and whatnot. But as far as like a politician goes, I don't know what he's really offering that is any better than what we're already getting. But I'm not too familiar with him anyway. Broken clock is also right twice a day. Yeah. Aren't broken clocks only right once a day though? No, twice a day, because there's AM and PM. Oh, dude. It did seem really weird that Tucker and Candace decided to attack Nick, but I see that all of the time. It's a bunch of jealousy and stuff. Even people that agree on almost everything hate each other. I think it was far too coincidental. I think it's much more likely it was a coordinated hit. Because you would think that they would kind of like bury the hatchet, because there's an opportunity for all parties to like grow from this, to build their rapport with each other's respective audience, but that didn't happen. You watch Nick and he goes on all these other shows and it's very amicable, agreeable, typically good conversations. He went on Patrick Bet-David and that was and PBD was he was ducking Nick for years, but that was a great conversation. That felt a lot more genuine than like Tucker continues to dodge Nick, calls him a gay fed with no evidence. It's just like these people are not good faith actors whatsoever. I don't think it's just a matter of jealousy and stuff. I think there's something deeper. I mean, that probably plays a part of it. People are petty, but I think it goes deeper than that, to be honest. Why do you people say twice a day like they don't understand the difference between AM and PM? What? Because a regular analog clock doesn't distinguish AM from PM. A 12-hour analog clock does not distinguish AM from PM. So it can be 6:30 AM, but it could also be 6:30 PM, and an old school analog clock doesn't distinguish between the two. You gotta go? Alright, take it easy, Hawker. Peace out, man. I like his gun stuff better than Tony. Who's Tony? I have a letter proving it. Yeah, the letter. I do too, actually. It's right here. I will reveal it imminently. If Candace doesn't retract her statements, I will reveal the evidence that Candace was the real shooter. Imminently. Has anyone heard of Josiah David? He seems butthurt that Nick went on Glenn Greenwald and not Josiah's wife's stupid channel. No idea who that is. Tony Gonzalez, the guy he's running against in terms of politics. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with the Texas politics. Yes, it does. No, it doesn't. An analog clock? Yeah, old school clocks. Yes, Zod. Yes. That's where, yes. Old school analog clocks. Damn it, Zod. Bro, you know, dude, it's like, dude, it is like, this has just been like, you guys are driving me crazy. You guys are driving me fucking crazy tonight. Dude. Oh my gosh. You guys are killing me. You guys are fucking killing me. Oh. Dude, that's so funny. The lion does not concern himself with squeaking of tiny fascist mice. Dude, people that smoke cigars to try to look hard are fucking, I can't say that on stream, but you know what they are. You know what they are. It's like, you are not hard. You are not tough. This is not tough. Whoever told you this is tough, whatever, like, implanted that idea in your head that this is tough, negative aura. Negative aura. Minus aura. It's also just funny that Nick gets over 100 times Hassan's, or not Hassan, Hazaldeen's viewership. Infrahaz. 100 times his viewership. Bro is irrelevant. American communists are irrelevant in low IQ. If you retire candidate, dude, yeah, it's fuck, man. The clock joke will break Mello. Dude, get me out of here, man. Please, get me out of here. Get me out of here. Oh my gosh. Yeah, no, this is all a distraction. This is all a distraction from the mullet theory. Why is nobody asking about the mullet? Where was the mullet when Charlie Kirk was shot? Oh, thanks for the follow. Yeah, thanks for the follow, Timothy. Ugh, dude. This is a lot. Like, it is my patriotic duty to set the record straight when it comes to a lot of these theories. Like, people have this idea that it's like, and look, don't get me wrong, you have to know, you don't want a purity spiral, right? Like, people like Myron are not, you know, I mean, we clearly have differences of certain opinion on things, but I think he's good and he's loyal on the topics that matter. I think he's a genuine actor. Key phrase, genuine actor. Somebody like Candace or Tucker, you know, directionally, they might agree with us in a number of ways, but they're not genuine actors. Therefore, it doesn't matter. Therefore, everything they say, you really can't trust. And people think it's like what they say is good enough. They say things I like and agree with. That's the point. You idiot. That's the point. That they say things to try and buy your trust, so they redirect you. In the case of Tucker, to redirect you to other conclusions. Or in the case of Candace, to just conclusions that are just fucking nonsense to make you look like an idiot. It's my patriotic duty to wave the flag. You used to like Tucker, he's gone crazy. Yeah, dude, at this point, like, Tucker is, like, there is zero reason to trust anything Tucker says. Because he's a Fed. Because he is a Fed. He is a federal agent. His father was an enormous Fed, ran Voice of America, and Tucker himself was gun running with the Nicaraguas, or with the Contras in Nicaragua in the 1980s as part of that attempted coup. He catapulted to fame, to success. He became the most prominent right-wing commentator overnight, totally astroturfed. He's a mouthpiece for the feds, for the regime. And he's trying to corral all of these people that are like nominally based and red-pilled away from certain conclusions. It's a pressure release valve. He's a gatekeeper. So as far as I'm concerned, he has negative credibility. Yeah. You want to smoke cigarettes so bad because your lungs are cooked? Yeah, smoking is gay. You're sucking on a cylindrical object, okay? Think about that for a second. Yeah, Nicaraguas, yeah. A very good deal. Nicaraguas, yeah. Ironically, Tucker and Candace thought Nick made the movement look crazy. Yeah, I mean, it's bad jacketing. They're accusing him of which they are guilty of. Your level 37 Fed can't confirm Tucker is also a Fed. Yeah. Okay, anyway. Anyways, fuck, man. I wonder if we should see what Asmongold's been up to since his father died. Some streamer drama. Kind of need a break from, well, let's just check in on Rerum Novorum, see if there's any new updates. Yeah, they're protesting in parts of Europe. I think it's Greece, Germany, or some other countries. In Rome, Brussels, Berlin, Barcelona, Istanbul, and Kayseri. Because Israel intercepted the flotilla. Yeah. Honestly, respect to them. They're standing on business. Not Israel, but the flotilla. Tucker fed. What's wrong with vacationing in Nicaragua and Pakistan with that? Yeah, for real. For real. I mean, there's a picture of him in Nicaragua with an AK in hand. Yeah, that's normal. I don't drink. Everyone needs one vice. Only a vow of poverty can redeem someone like Tucker, but that will never happen. W. St. Francis of Assisi. Yeah, dude. Look, man. I don't know, man. Dude. Guy's just totally fake. His whole persona is fake. His whole persona is designed to be disarming to middle America. Hey, I'm just like you. I'm living out here in the woods. I like hunting and fishing and shit. Like, here's my flannel. You like my flannel? I don't even own a TV. Dude, shut the fuck up. Telling me you don't own a TV. Isn't it your job to be plugged in, you fucking freak? Who buys that? He's a wasp from the East Coast. He is not just some guy that wants to live out in the fucking woods with his dogs. Like he's just a real salt of the earth, conservative American. Like, dude. That is not his origin story. Nixon, anything new? What is this?
Even though the postman took him out of his will, Jack has got a podcast and Clav has a Cybertruck. Now they're rocking out to America, first true national anthem.
That's pretty cool. The vindication on the CK conspiracy is delicious. Dude, it gets better and better every day. Like every day there's just a new piece of evidence just totally debunking the theory. Oh, this is all from I missed all this yesterday. Anyway. Professor Zhang Kuai-jin has an interesting theory about Israel wants the world to hate it and the Gaza is a ritual sacrifice. Yeah. Hippo, like we talk about this every day. Yeah, we saw that. Yeah, because they want to his theory is they want to galvanize Jews around the world, and to do so they need people to be more anti-Semitic. I think there's truth to that. Oh boy. Look at that aircraft carrier, man. What an impressive display of American engineering. Is China based? In some ways, yes. I mean, I think that's the wrong question. Yo, watch some Asman? Yeah, I think I might. I'm kind of curious to see how he's doing. I hope he's doing okay. I like Asman. I do. I remember watching Asman even before, like, 10 years ago, dude. Back when, like, Legion was coming out. Back in WoD, when I played WoW. Funny to see how he, like, kind of transitioned into more of, like, a political commentator of sorts. But Asman's always been, like, the perfect normie barometer for people that are, like, kind of center-right, you know? Not, like, totally based, but he's almost like a pipeline, you know? But I bet Haiti doesn't have aircraft carriers. Oh, 7 get mogged, Haiti. Yeah. Where are your aircraft carriers, Haiti? In that sense, Haiti and Ireland are the same. They're totally the same. Because they both have 0 aircraft carriers. L Ireland, L Haiti. That's pretty funny. Let's see what's going on with Asman.
A lot of you guys have seen the video, right? And so, like, I'm not going to go through this. But, like, long story short is that my dad passed away. He did.
Wait, should we watch the video first? Oh, he's listening to Skyrim music, too. Hang on. Maybe, should we watch this one first? Should we watch this one first? Or this one? Just hop into this one. I feel like this one's going to be tough. I don't know if I want to watch this, to be honest. It's going to be... Get the feeling it's gonna be pretty sad. I don't know if I don't know. Just hop in the new one. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm feeling. Like, respect to Asmongold, but I don't know. I don't
A lot
want
of you
to.
guys have seen the
You know, I feel like it's just gonna be a little too sad.
video, right? And so, like, I'm not going to go through this, but like, long story short is that my dad passed away. He did. And this happened
that
a
fucking
little
sucks.
bit over 2 weeks ago at this point, and that actually I was very busy dealing with that. It turns out like dying is really complicated. Oh my god, there's so much paperwork with it. Holy fuck. And so I've had to deal with that a lot. And yeah, ripped out. I know it's fucking horrible, and it's been like I feel like a lot of it hasn't even really set in like a big case. It hasn't really affected me, and you know, like
Dude, I don't even want to. I'll be honest, man. I don't know if I want to watch this. Like, just think for a second. Like, both of my parents I'm very close with. I'll talk to them pretty much daily. I can't imagine what it would be like to like be there and sitting there like, oh, let me call up my dad, and then we're like remembering, you know, that my dad is gone, for example. Like, there's not a lot of stuff that gets me emotional, to be honest. The two things that I think like always kind of get me, like guaranteed. One of them is like, this might sound silly, but thinking of Christ's sacrifice on the cross. That always gets me. And the other thing is thinking about a world like without my parents. That to me, that gets me. That always gets me emotional, and I really don't want to think about that, to be honest. You know, it really reminds you just how fragile and short life is. And you know, no matter who you are, you know, your parents will always be your parents. Your siblings will always be your siblings. And you only have a certain amount of time with them, and you don't know how much time you have. So you should cherish every moment and try to spend as much time with them as you can. Yeah. Not sure what's wrong with my lungs. I haven't gone to the doctor for it, but spots in my lungs just started hurting one day. The pain was unbearable when I'd smoke. You should probably get that checked out, Zod. You should probably go to the doctor and see if why your lungs fucking hurt, man. Sucks. Your pops passed away 7 months ago. I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks. Couldn't even finish the cig. Pain was so bad. Yeah, dude, what are you doing? Fucking get off the stream and go to the fucking doctor, bro. Go to the fucking doctor, man. That's not... You don't just go, my lungs hurt. Ah, shit. Oh, yeah, that definitely hurts. Ah, fuck. Ah, fuck, that hurts. Like, dude... like, you just said, like, I guess that's my life now. My lungs just hurt for some reason. Anyway, like... That's not normal. Your lungs are not supposed to hurt. Get that checked out. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry for your loss, Todd. That really sucks. I really don't want to think about losing my any of my family, but especially my parents. I lost my dad in my teens. I love him. I was fortunate to have great parents. Yeah, me too, man. And it's really difficult to imagine what life would be like without them. My mom's parents died young, and it still hurts her. Yeah, you know, yeah, man, it's just something I don't think you ever like recover from, in quotes. You know, it changes you. That's life. You know, you just find ways to carry on, but it's never that void never gets filled. You know, it's never like, it will never be the same, because it's not. Life is not the same. And yeah. It got better after I switched to vaping. It still bothers me from time to time, but it's nothing in comparison when I was smoking. Maybe you should put the vape down, bro. Maybe you should stop smoking and vaping altogether. Yeah, your dad was your hero? Yeah, same. Fuck, man. Ugh. For like 2 weeks until I switched to yeah, that's what you did. Like, bro, come on, bro. Come on. You're just like tanking the damage. You're just tanking it like, that's really hurts. Fuck, this hurts. Shit. It's like, dude, stop. Stop vaping. Stop smoking. You have lung damage, little bro. You have lung damage. I was smoking from 12? 12? You started smoking when 13? When you were 13, you started smoking. Bruh. Dude. Yeah, maybe you've done some permanent damage to your lungs. You should go to the doctor. Otherwise, you're gonna be taught. You're gonna have like the robot voice. Hello, my name is Odd. I'm really tired of these Jews. Like, that's gonna be you, dude. That's gonna be you. Israel owns our government. Like, that's gonna be you, man. If you don't go to the fucking doctor like a normal person. I've always thought it was strange when people speak badly about their parents. Yeah, man. And look, I understand. I take for granted the fact that I had good parents. I understand not everyone's so fortunate, but it is like obviously a lot of the people that shit talk their parents are probably not that bad. You know, it's like I have this just general mindset that you should try to find the positive in people and in things in general. And in better, it's better to and again, it can also be a reflection on you yourself. It's just better to talk more positively about people, to sing their virtues rather than their vices. I think that's a very graceful thing to do. Nobody wants to be around someone, even then, that's just a negative Nancy that tears people down at every opportunity. I think it's always better to be more appreciative, even for hard times, you know. Just be appreciative for every second you're alive. You know, things could always be worse, but people, it's just your outlook is sort of an outward reflection of your soul, of your character, your personality. I find that people that are just so negative and hateful all the time are just shit people. Like, nobody's perfect and nobody's parents are perfect. But you should appreciate the fact that they sacrificed for you to be where you are. That you're alive to begin with. Yeah, it is just bizarre that people just have just parental issues. And it doesn't help that, you know, look, you can blame some of that on the media and whatnot, but you would think people would grow out of it, but a lot of people don't. Imagine coughing up blood after a fat pull of a refreshing smooth Morpho Red. Yeah, real. You start paying more attention to smaller things in relationships you took for granted. Yeah, man, it's just like, yeah, I don't even want to think about that, to be honest. Is vape any better or worse for you? They don't have a lot of like information on it, but you're breathing in these like chemicals, and you're probably in breathing in microplastics too, because those things are lined with plastics. So in short, they don't really know. So it's probably really bad for you. I wouldn't vape either. Look, if you have to zin, where's Kumquat when you need him? If you have to zin for your nicotine hit, that's probably better than smoking and vaping easily. But it's probably better to get off of all that stuff together. But, you know, I know it's easier said than done. Your older cousin peer pressured you into it? Damn, dude, at 13, that's crazy. What a dickhead cousin. Could be worse. You could be black and not have a dad. Okay, chill, Todd. Chill. Come on. Family friendly. All right, we gotta be. Let's not. Let's not. We don't need to go there. You know. Keep it TOS. Let's keep it friendly. Vape doesn't seem to affect really. I think it does. Oh, it doesn't seem to affect it really. I see. Fortunately, your kids are going to have to deal with the same pain when you pass. Yeah. But you got to set them up for success. A lot of people won't take responsibility for anything, so they push it on everybody around them. Everyone around them, yeah. You could dunk a basketball though. Yeah, I mean, in that sense, like you should kind of feel bad for a lot of these kids that grew up in the ghetto, like with a single mom. Like, yeah, that fucking sucks, man. That fucking sucks. Like, yeah. I don't envy them. Like those black kids growing up to single moms like that in the ghetto. Like, that really fucking sucks.
Really,
I'm very glad that I didn't have to go through that. You know, I'm very appreciative that I didn't have to go through that ordeal.
I like yesterday. I went into his house and I just honestly I just cried, right? And I'll just say it.
Fuck, man, I don't know if I want to watch this. I'm gonna be honest. This might be rough to get through.
And first time I really have in quite a while. And let me make sure I turn that down. I think it's a little bit loud. And so you know, it was the first time I had ever since like the first couple of days, and so it was just really. It's been really rough, and so my dad passed away, and basically he, you know, it was one of those situations where he just decided pretty much, I mean, he had pancreatic cancer, he had pneumonia 6 times. I'm pretty sure he just decided, man, it's time to clock the fuck out, right? Like, I'm done with this shit. I don't want to deal with this
1900 mark? What's that?
Anymore. And that's exactly what he did. And you know, they told me there really wasn't that high of a probability of you know, things were good, right? And then like I'm talking to 2 of the doctors there. They're telling me it's not a matter of if but when he's coming out of the hospital. I said, okay, great. And then the next day they're calling me as I'm driving over there, telling me that he's probably not going to come out of the hospital.
Yeah, he did. He lost his mom not too long ago too. That's rough, man.
And so that was very, very unpleasant situation, and it was awful, to be honest with you. So that basically is what happened. And then obviously, you know, I was there with them the whole way, all the way through up until the very end, which was very unpleasant, but I'm glad that I did it.
Asmund grieved more than Erica. Let that sink in. Yeah, dude, something's off about that whole thing.
That's kind of what happened. Roller coaster? Yeah, definitely a roller coaster. You end up doing hospice? I did. And I, you know, like it was as comfortable because like he and I had obviously had conversations about this, you know, in the past, and you know, because he's 78. And so, like, because of that, I mean, it was very obvious that, like, you know, this could happen at any time. And so he's like, okay, listen, this is what you're going to do. This is what I want. This is how I want it done. And that's how, you know, like, this is the decision making I want you to do.
Weird how both parents die around the same time. Well, I guess. I mean, you get old. Your likelihood of dying is higher. So, you know, if 2 people around the same age, I guess it's not that weird. And I don't know if they were they still together? But it's also not unusual that you know, like the remaining spouse after their spouse dies, I don't know if there's like a psychological element to it. You know, it's not unusual that they're not long after that they're not long for the war. You know what I'm trying to say. Yeah. My grandma passed within a year of losing my grandpa. Yeah, I mean, it's a traumatic experience, especially if you've been like married for, you know, decades. It's like, it's tough, you know. It's that thing that might have been grounding you to this life is gone, right? that one of the biggest people grounding you to this world is gone. It's like, it's tough. It's tough to like find reasons to wake up in the morning, I guess, if you don't have people in your life. Or I guess I should say it's harder. Like, the fewer people you have in your life, I imagine the easier it would be to just kind of slip away.
I executed that decision making, and that's what I did. And so, you know, it's weird, right? Because I've lost both my parents now, and I'm kind of just here. You know, I'm just here. I'm an only child, right? And so I'm just kind of here, and it's given me a lot of time to think, and it's given me a lot of time to just kind of, you know, I don't know. I mean, like, and this is something I really didn't kind of talk about a lot in my video, is that ever since I was like, you know, I would say like 23, but really 15, like in 2005, somewhere around there, my family, like me and my mom and my dad, got in a really bad accident, and my mom like broke her wrist, and I think they said that she had like a heart attack while they were doing an operation on her or something like that, and she was like never the same after this operation. And so ever since then, I had been having to like kind of take care of her and help her, etc. Then as I got into my early 20s, like, you know, 21, 22, 23, especially 23, you know, things just kind of deteriorated and they got worse. And so at that point, like, I couldn't really move out. I couldn't, you know, go and, you know, pursue anything that I wanted to do because my mom didn't have anybody else. You know, she was here in Austin, Texas, all her family's in Florida. And so, like, I mean, and at that point, I didn't really have like funds to help her any other way. And so I had to take care of her. And so I had put off a lot of, you know, things that I think that you would do. Like, I did a lot. Like, I don't want anybody to get an idea that, like, you know, growing up, like, things were bad. I mean, like, things were actually very good in a lot of cases, but there's always negative aspects to it, right? And one of them was that, you know, like, for me, I ended up having to take care of her from about, you know, I would say like on a soft level from 15, but like really seriously from like 23 to like 31. Whenever she passed away, I was 31 then. And so then there was like a year and a half, and that was like the Elden Ring, Lost Ark, Johnny Depp saga of my stream, where my dad was healthy, and also my
bleed over on my mic.
I was
I can change
streaming
it
all the time, and I didn't have anything that I had to deal with, right? And so then fast forward to like maybe 6 months after that, my dad gets really, really sick. Like, I mean, and this is like one of the things where, like, one of the reasons why I wasn't as upset about like losing my dad now is that I thought I was going to lose him 2 years ago. Like, I was already past all 5 stages of grief at that point, because like y'all didn't see this because I never talked about it really on my stream, but like he couldn't even get up and walk to the door, right? And so, like, and this is going on for like a month. It was really, 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 really.
Yeah, I've just for reference, I have like open back headphones, so like you can see through them. I forget the name of the technology that is, but anyway. Could use some prayers, chat. Thanks. You're good. You're good. Just need them right now. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Yunzer. Hope you're doing all right. I'll say a prayer for you. God bless. Yeah.
Really, really fucking bad. And so at that point, obviously, like, I had to do a lot more for him, and I had to make sure I was available all the time for him. So in a way, like, ever since I was 15, but I would say really like in a more like defined way, like 20 in like early 20s, I'd say 23, 22 to now, I've spent my entire life basically being a caretaker for one or the other of them, minus about 2 years.
We got you, Yinzer. Everyone make sure to say a few prayers for Yinzer. Whatever you're going through, man, I hope you got it, you know? You got it. You'll be good. Oh. Hope everything's okay.
Maybe a little bit less than 2 years. And so now that they're both gone, there is a it's like a, you know, it's like you're alone and you're also free, right? And that's a very weird feeling for me. Because I was thinking, I was like, when people are trying to make plans with me and stuff, and it's like,
You're doing good. Just some decisions to make that need prayer. Really appreciate it. Gotcha, buddy. Yeah, man. Yeah, yeah. Pray on it. Pray on it. Whatever decisions you have to make. I wish you the best of luck. Yeah. Man, this stream is pretty real, huh? Got pretty real.
I can actually just kind of do whatever I want to do, right? I can do.
You know, sometimes freedom is scary, you know? Sometimes having the freedom to just do whatever you want, it's scary. It's intimidating. You don't, because then you have to make decisions. And a lot of the time, I don't think we sort of appreciate, especially when we're growing up, how a lot of the decisions are made for us. Then you become an adult, and it's like you can kind of do whatever you want within reason. And I think much of the time, people at that point have already set up the direction that their life is going to take. Right? They've gone through school. Why? Because their parents told them to go through school. Like, what are some of the key decisions that that most people make in their life up until they graduate college or high school? Is kind of like which extracurriculars you do, what interests you have, maybe what friends you have, how hard you work, you know, stuff like that. And then by the time you like graduate and you enter the workforce, it's like you already have that track. You're already on the rails. But how often do people have a moment in their life where the world just kind of opens up? And maybe they have opportunities to just kind of go in any direction that they want. And they don't have a lot of obligations. Maybe they're, in the case of Asmongold, I mean, he's financially set for the rest of his life. He can do whatever he wants. What does he do? Where does he go? Where does he take his life? And that can be very daunting. You know, time is the most valuable resource you have. And for somebody like Asmongold, I mean, realistically, there's a number of things he could do. If he wanted to, he could go anywhere. He could live anywhere, just about. You know, it's like, this is like gonna, for him, no doubt be a big recalibration. So, you just think with your dick, it always works out for the best. Yeah, don't do that. Yeah. Yeah. It is just like it's tough, you know? Especially if you're Asmongold, you're your own boss. You know, most people that go to work, they don't want to get fired because then they can't eat, you know? Then they have to find another job, then they have to move. It's like a lot of these decisions they just kind of fall into, you know?
Do whatever I want to do. And it's like a bittersweet thing where it's like I would always resent and hate and be angry at my parents for the obligation that they put on me. But it's unfortunate now that I wish I'd do anything to have it back. But you can't go back. And that's why we're here. My dad, 3 or 4 days, he's on hospice. I come in, it's like 2 or 3 p.m. He's like, why aren't you live? I said, motherfucker, you're dying. What do you mean, why am I not live? He says, oh, right, yeah, yep. It's just, yeah, he's like, oh, yeah, I guess. Yeah, it kind of makes sense, right? And so yeah, no, I mean, he went out as, you know, as much of a hard ass as he's ever been. And, you know, my dad and I, there was a lot of friction between us growing up and as an adult. I mean, I was very, you know, upset and mad at him about stuff. But the end of the day, it doesn't really matter, right? It doesn't matter, and that's about it. And so he's your biggest fan. He would watch me all the time, like every day, man. He would. And it's really weird for me to think about, like, you know, because he would call into the stream all the time and everything. And it's like, fuck, man. You know, like, fuck. It's the end of an era, right? And it sucks. It really sucks. And I don't really talk a lot about like my feelings and emotions and shit like this, right? I'm not a big guy into getting into it. But it's been hard. It really is. And I'm glad to be back. I definitely am. But it's been a rough time. I'll certainly say that. And I mean, I will say he's giving a lot of his stuff away. But I got him recorded on video saying that the 2014 V8 Hemi Performance Package Dodge Challenger is going to me. Yeah, I mean, and so I'm talking about this, and S-Fan messages me. He says, you master-looted it. And I was like, wait a minute. I actually master-looted a mount in real life. I didn't even realize that until it fucking, like, he just told me this. I never even thought about it like this. But that's what it was. Yeah, full circle. Yeah, bro, like, life imitates art, right? And so, yeah, nothing's ever changed. Yeah, exactly, right? And so that's basically where it was at. And I'm trying to think what else really has been, going on really with me besides that. And take us for a ride? Yeah, maybe one day I will. And so, yeah, I mean, that's basically been how things have been for me, right? And I'm just... you know, it's been a lot for me to deal with. I'll certainly say that. Let me make sure I've got to get all my stream and everything set up here. It's a little bit different. And don't let the car rot. Take care of it, man. Oh, he would complain all the time about me letting the first car that he gave me rot, which, I mean, he gave me the car because I bought him a new car, which, by the way, just in case anybody's thinking about this, I actually bought this car. I bought it for him. And so it's like whenever I'm getting it, like, I'm really getting the car that I bought back. And so, like, you know, it's not really, I mean, yes, it's very generous of him to do this, but I did pay for the car myself. And so, yeah, that's basically been it. And anyway, so, yeah, it's repossession, really, whenever you think about it. And anyway, what you have to fight out in court, is video enough to get a challenge to state line to go shit? No, I mean, like, I'm his only son, nobody else. Like, I'm giving away all of his shit. Like, I mean, not all, obviously not all of it, but like, I'm giving away like 90% of his money. I'm giving away probably even his house. I'm giving away all of his stuff. And, you know, I looked, holy fuck. Oh my God. So I go over to his house regularly, right? In order to like check the mail, etc., right? Do these kinds of things. Every 2 or 3 days, he gets like 5 or 10 letters from these like different non-profit charities he would donate to. He would donate to like 50 of these fucking things. And so they're sending a mail constantly asking for money. And it's like, you know, oh, this is a letter. It says, you know, $20 saves 20 dogs. If you donate $10, only 10 dogs die. How much do you want to donate? And it's like, you know, the most blatant and obvious emotional manipulation that you can possibly have. But I've decided that, you know, I'm going to contact all of these different charities and everything. And I'm going to just tell them, like, you know, this is what happened. And I'm just going to make a donation in his and my name, just in perpetuity, for like whatever the amount that he was donating. I'm just going to do that for the rest of, you know, the rest of the time. I think that's what he would have wanted to do. And so it's gonna, honestly, it's gonna be a huge pain in the ass because like calling all of them and then doing all of that. But that's what I'm gonna do. And they're scams. I mean, he donated to like Wounded Warriors Salvation Army. He used to go to the Salvation Army whenever he was like, you know, like hitchhiking around. And so like, really, I don't think it's necessarily a scam. I would be surprised if it was a scam. And so, yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. How many dogs are you gonna save? I don't know. It's up to him. And whatever he was, the amount that he was saving, that's what I will continue to save.
W. Asman. Try prayer, fasting, and confession. Prayer keeps you rooted in God and humility. Fasting detaches you from your comforts. Your soul can hunger for what matters. Confession doesn't just relieve the mind, it restores grace and clears the fog of sin. Good advice. That's all good advice. We're thinking about arguments you have with people after they're gone, like, that didn't really mean anything. Yeah. Yeah, it really puts a lot into perspective, doesn't it? It really puts a lot into perspective. Yeah, but I wish Asman the best. I do. He's doing okay. Not that he knows who I am, but still. Alright. Anyway. Anyway, that was... Maybe we need like a palate cleanser or something, you know? Maybe we need like a total like tonal shift. Is this a black woman reacting to Nick? Is that Candace Owens? Random unofficial clips to watch while eating. That's pretty kick. I don't really know where do I go from here? You know, like what? Where do I go? Now what? Now what do I do? Now what do I follow that up with? You know? Is there anything new on Twitter? Follow up with CS climbing. Have I covered Netflix? I actually haven't. What's going on with Netflix? Is it because of this?
We finally found a file for a Bailey Del Vecchio. Is 32 Burnhill Road still the current address? Yeah. Have you been giving him fluids? If he's dehydrated, we'll need to place an IV. Have him change into this. I don't want. Well.
I feel like Netflix gets canceled every year.
I hear someone's not feeling well. Let's take a look at the little man.
Can I please talk to you two outside?
Let me guess. Well, we already know what this is about.
I know that you guys are busy, but as you would see, if you looked at her and not her chart, Bailey is not a boy. And by treating her like one, you are completely ignoring who she is.
This is her go off moment. This is... Dude, do we have the bandwidth to really, like... I don't even know if I have the fucking bandwidth to, like... be outraged about this. Do you know what I'm saying?
You're making her feel insignificant and humiliated.
Don't you love it how liberals always have their go-off moment?
And that's not gonna help her feel good.
I'm just gonna educate them. They're all ignorant. I'm just gonna educate them on... Everyone else is just ignorant.
Or calm.
I'm gonna tell a doctor how to do his fucking job because I know better. I'm a 14-year-old retard. I know better, dude.
So, from here on out, please recognize her for who she is. And if at all possible, could you find me a non-blue hospital gown?
No worries. There you
Dad.
Oh, of course. Of course. Of course. Of course. The mixed race couple. Find Janessa. Yeah, I guess I could find Janessa. Play some Skyrim, yeah. Yeah, virtual child rape, dude. It's just like, I don't know, man. Like, yeah, Netflix is filled with shit like this. Our society is filled with shit like this, okay? cancel Netflix. How about we just like? Wouldn't it be nice if Trump just started fucking arresting people? You know what I'm saying? All of this is just so. When you consider what we could be doing, what we should be doing, we're gonna just make us like this. All feels so impotent, and we're just gonna complain about shit on Twitter. Like this is just blatant. This is disgusting slop propaganda. And rather than throwing thousands of people in jail forever for pushing shit like this, we're left to just complain about it on Twitter impotently. What did voting for Trump exactly do for us? What did voting for the GOP do for us at all? They couldn't even cancel Jimmy Kimmel. These people are incompetent. They're not serious. And I'm really kind of tired of just complaining about shit on Twitter. Our leaders are totally complicit in this. Who is Bad Bunny, chat? Why are people so upset? Well, Bad Bunny's a music artist. I don't know why people are upset though. It's just more of the same. We have seen them do this so much that it doesn't have any shock value anymore. Yeah, it's just so be outraged about this. It's like, dude, yeah, Netflix is fucking gay. And pedophilic, frankly. Remember Cuties? Are you going to try to convince me to vote Republican because of this? What have Republicans done about this? They've done nothing. They've done absolutely fucking nothing. You know what I'm saying? It's like, bro, do something. You have... It's just, we're just not fucking serious, man. You know, maybe we do need a depression. Maybe we do need, like, a Great Depression. You know? I don't know. I don't know what's going to take. Play that dog video? Which dog which dog video? Which dog video? Which fucking dog video? What are you talking about? He's too much of a pussy to do that? Yeah, just... These people are not serious. They're not what we want them to be. Until BB takes Twitter. Yeah. Oh, he's a rapper. It's gonna do the halftime show at the Super Bowl. Oh, that's why people are upset because he's doing the Super Bowl. He's a huge artist. I don't listen to his stuff, but he's huge. It's like this is what you're getting. You know what I'm saying? Speak of the devil. This is what you're getting. Netflix is transitioning kids and shit. And Donald Trump is feeding you AI fucking slop. Have YouTube actually done anything? Have they reinstated all the people that they censored? I am so tired of this shit, man. I'm so fucking sick of this. Bro. The fucking AI slop, man. Pretty cool that my electric bill has gone up 25% so other people can make this crap. Real. I stopped listening to rap a while ago because I don't want to contribute to that degenerate culture. I mean, there's like good rap. You don't have to... the artist and the music matters, right? It's a genre of music. Dude, fucking Jack Posobiec. 99% trash. Yeah, I mean, whatever. Like, I don't care. I'm just like, aren't we past like the culture war stuff, man? Like, people are getting stabbed on subways for no reason. We're on the brink of World War III. And like conservatives, they're more upset about like Netflix than the fact that our government's totally occupied. It's just like low tier fucking slop. I'm really pretty disgusted with these people. Anyway, dog video on YouTube. Oh, music to heal you from brain rot. Is this the one you're talking about? Okay, this is maybe a bit much. This is maybe a bit much. Damn, I wasn't expecting I was not really expecting this kind of vibe, you know? Kind of black pilled. Fuck, man. I'm just like irritated. Is there anything else new? So I guess the flotilla is gonna arrive at Gaza in 8 to 12 hours. Anti-government protests in Morocco. Oh, they're killing protesters in Morocco? That's crazy. Just global destabilization. Russian cargo planes headed towards Iran. This matches a large buildup by American military assets into the region. So that's the response to America. Interesting. Solid Iranian source confirms to me that Russia has been airlifting large quantities of stuff to Iran, but won't comment on what it is. I asked him if it's fighter jets, Su-35s, Su-30, or MiG-29s. He said, "You think I'm going to answer that?" That's kind of funny. The Washington Post is hiring writers from the National Review and oh, great, and the Spectator. Okay. Right, Ukraine intelligence missile strikes deep into Russia. Okay. So arms build up in Iran to counter American military presence off the Arabian Peninsula. Would you go to war if there's a draft? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Elon was actually smart. He'd relaunched Vine and compete heavy with TikTok now that's gay and Jewish. Dude, Vine was actually funny. Do you guys remember Vine? That shit was actually pretty funny. Man, that's a deep pull. Yeah, Vine was pretty funny. That's like kind of like one of the OG brain rots, because it was 7 seconds. You had 7 seconds to, you know, set up your joke and hit the punchline. You talk about like distilling content down to like just constant dopamine hits. Vine is like OG. I can't go to war because I'm gay and trans. Me and the girls will bake cookies and send them to you guys. I don't think most Zoomers would die for Israel. Yeah, they've got a real problem on their hands. I'm not fucking dying for Israel. Fuck that, dude. All right. Fuck. Well, today kind of like, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of dowered the mood. We started off the stream, and I'm just like fucking throwing elbows with these ridiculous theories, man. You know, it's just like brain rot from Candace. It's just painful. And then we get into like Asmongold's father's death, and it's just like, kind of a depressing night, I guess. It's kind of been a depressing stream. I was pissed off earlier, dude. It's like, what are we doing, man? I was very irritated. It's like, I don't want to relitigate the whole thing, but it's like, yeah, that's all I'm gonna say. I literally don't even want to reopen that can of worms. Backlash had a good episode if you're looking for content. What's Backlash? Yeah, Microsoft. Fucking shoot me, man. Shoot me. I need a total, like, tone shift. I need brain rot stat. I need brain rot in my veins right now. Right now. These recommended videos are not doing it for me. I didn't realize woman propaganda was on YouTube. He's really blown up. So Devin Stack was on with the pagan Adam Green. Backlash equals right-wing content. Want a cute anime. Might reset my brain. Yeah, maybe that's what I need. Where are the shorts? Usually the shorts feed them to me. Where are the YouTube shorts? What's that? Oh, fuck it. We'll just...
We have the Army's new combat helmet, the IHIPS. The ECH is a really good helmet. A lot of good saves in theater. The IHIPS is a little bit more untested. Does it live up to the Army's claims? Micah? Probably not. We're going to start with 22. With the 22, I expected 0. We got 0. Let's step it up. 9 mil. This is military 124. First off, we have the ECH. We have a hit right above the rail there. It completely stopped it. Survivable for sure. So we have the impact on the ECH. Very similar backface deformation. Next up, we have the AKM, the most common rifle.
Wow, we're just jumping up, aren't we? 9 mil to 76239.
First. You can see it bulged out. The round was not caught, exited into the brain. At close range, there's not really a whole lot you can do.
We're not gonna go up to like 45. We're not gonna, like, you know.
Rifle round through your helmet. Right here, we have the IHIPS.
357 maybe?
No exit. It did catch the round. I have to say that the IHIPS, in my mind, is a clear winner. Micah? No exit. It did catch the... To stop yourself from getting killed by a rifle round through your helmet. Right here, we have the IHIPS. We have the entrance right here. No exit. It did catch the round. I have to say that the IHIPS, in my mind, is a clear winner. Micah? It's a good helmet. It's a good helmet. Right here, we have the Army's new...
Whoa. Damn, it actually stopped. I mean, your fucking skull might be caved in, but it stopped that bullet. AK, greater than AR. I'm an AR guy.
I have to say that
I like AKs, but I'm an AR guy.
Micah? It's a good helmet. It's a good helmet. Right here, we have the Army.
That's crazy. I don't know what kind of ammo he used, but...
In the world. Face deformation. Next up, we have the AKM, the most common rifle.
Probably just FMJ. So... It's impressive it stopped that round. I mean, yeah, like your skull will probably be caved in. You probably have brain damage. But at least the bullet's not in your brain, you know? ARs are sexy. Yeah, ARs are just...
How much would it cost me to hire...
They're more ergonomic.
You're 10 of the best snipers, 3 months for 10 snipers.
$1,000 a day.
Bro, that's nothing. Are you freaking kidding me? Who else do I need to hire to be able to manage and lead these guys to work together?
One manager, one team lead. Of course, your weapons. You need an armorer.
How much is that?
$1,200, $1,500 a day. Everything you need, $100 grand.
Total for the 10. And
Talking radios, everything, yeah.
If we were able to do that, we spend $1.4 million to get 10 snipers like you who are very good at what they do with 2 team leads, all do equipment properly. What would be the likelihood of somebody being able to take out President Trump?
Impossible.
Did you say impossible?
Impossible.
And is it easy for them to get a hold of PMCs to get this done?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
And is there a way for me to get to the top 1% of all the snipers? If it's like a 3,000 snipers, I get the top 30?
Yeah, I know a guy.
Would the cost for that go higher than $1,000 a day?
At that level, you can bump it up to probably $1,500 a day, and we're talking the best $1,500 to $2,000. $2,000 a day, you're going to get some high quality SAS style Delta Force guy.
How much would it cost?
Hey guys, should we start a PMC? LBGT, okay, AR-15, because I'm sexually attracted to guns. That's crazy work. Was that don't put that barrel in certain places. Kumquat should send Nick a Mint Connect. Wait, what is it, like Mint Connect, right? Yeah. Honestly, Hawker should send Nick a super chat or a message on Mint Connect about the about his theories.
Cost me to hire 10 of the best snipers. 3.
Let's start PMC. You see, in a few days, when Battlefield 5 releases, I will have a go-to source of content. Oh, was there an update today for Counter-Strike? What's this? When Battlefield launches on October 10th. Dude, I can't wait for that. What's this? New update for Counter-Strike? Yeah, let me reactivate my Skyrim music. New Wingman competitive community maps. Okay, whatever. Charms, I don't care. Okay, I don't care about any of that. But there's new update. Charms. Stick, okay. Gameplay, death count and scoreboard now increment when players die to see. Oh, so okay, it will increase when you die from the bomb. Pixel offset. Oh, nice. Fixed incorrect pixel offset for greater than 1 pixel with sniper scope. That's a W. Added inaccuracy representation in sniper scopes. I wonder what that means. Keychains will now slightly jolt when a player makes an audible footstep sound. Dude, I don't use keychains. I think they're kind of dumb. In-game will expect the player now show wear and pattern of gloves. More skin stuff. Moved community maps. Jura, Grail, Dogtown, Brewery from all game modes. Cool. Don't care. Minor adjustments. I want more about like performance, you know? Deformers, re-enabled example content and train zoo, Lanish and bend deformers, okay. Updated general error handling for methods. An exception will be thrown when the method, okay, this is all. This does nothing for me because I don't know what this means. Somebody will probably be very excited about all this. For, like all the scripters making custom maps, but ultimately, whatever. Helldivers released on Xbox, it's pretty good. Yeah, I played Helldivers. Depression will hit before the 10th? I hope not. I'm counting that it doesn't hit before the 10th. I'm waiting a month or two before picking up Battlefield. Well, I've already, you could have played it, the beta. I already know it's going to be good. You keep rage quitting ready or not. I never finished that game. Yeah, it's at the point, like, I guess I don't know. I feel like I'm just kind of waiting, you know? I'm just kind of, oops. waiting for Battlefield to come out as far as gaming goes. Am I a pro player? I was semi-pro in Counter-Strike. I'm a very talented gamer. I am a very talented gamer. I can click on heads really well. But it's just, I don't know how good of content that stuff is, you know? I feel like gaming content hasn't really... I mean, I'll do it, but, you know, it's a total vibe change, you know? It's a total change in content, you know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of people don't care for the gaming stuff, and some people don't care for the politics stuff, you know? I would have went pro, but I threw out my elbow. Now I have to wear this sleeve. Crazy. Yeah, you can click heads better than me? Yeah. Yeah, I bet. Can I review games? Sure. I can tell you all about different games. Do you have any games you want me to review that I may or may not have played? I have a very big Steam library. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's what I could do. I guess I could do that from time to time, like in the same way I was reviewing movies, but yeah, like as like stream content. My movie reviews are excellent. Oh, thank you. Speaking of which, I should do another one. Let me open up my notepad here. So I did Warfare. These three movies I watched already. Maybe I could do Top Gun next. Maybe I'll do The Professional because it's a classic. Maybe I will do The Professional. And turn your reviews into shorts. Yeah, I guess I should, shouldn't I? Dude, I need... Okay, part of my plan... I would like to grow the stream to the point where, of course, I'm making money from it, and then hire an editor to do all this shit. Because part of the problem, if I'm editing, I'm not streaming. You know what I'm saying? If I'm editing, I'm not making new content. So at some point in time, I would like to grow the channel to a point where I can hire an editor. All Quiet on the Western Front, hire Kumquat. I don't think Kumquat's interested in editing at all. It sounds like Kumquat's plan. What is that supposed to mean? Can you edit while streaming? That would make for terrible content. Watching me edit a video while stream, like that sounds like, who would watch that? I don't think anyone would care for that. Yeah, it's just, it takes time. It takes time. You have to scrub through the footage. I have a friend that, you know, maybe would pick it up, but I just don't know how committed he would be, you know? But that's also why, you know, I would prefer to, like, I would take any money I gain from the stream and just reinvest it back into the stream. You know what I'm saying? I should put a goal up. I'm trying to hit 500 followers. Or subscribers on YouTube. I think I can apply for, what is it called? Monetization when I hit 500. After the depression hits, it'll be easy to find an editor. Yeah. Well, I hope there's no depression. I don't want there to be a depression. For obvious reasons. That would kind of suck. But it might just be in the cards at this point. Where is it? Where is the setting? Boom, bing bong. I think it's under studio, right? Yeah, earn. Okay, eligibility. Okay, I have plenty of valid public watch hours over the last 360 days. So that's met. I have enough uploads, and then I need 500 subscribers before I can apply. So I'm at 414 right now. I need 86 more subscribers to be eligible for applying for monetization on YouTube. And then after that, I can apply for something else. I can apply for, I need 1,000 subscribers for the next phase to get watch page ads. What is that? Showing ads on videos. So wait, does that mean I get money from the advertisements that YouTube shows? Do you guys get ads on my YouTube channel? You guys know? Do you guys get ads on here at all? Is that a thing? I thought it was 1,000 subs. Yeah, there's 1,000 subs for. There's like 2 phases of this. There's like 2 stages. For stage 2, it's 1,000. We all made 5. If all of us went and made 5 subs, we could do it. I guess, yeah. But I want to, of course, organically grow the channel, and the best way to do that is by uploading actual videos. You know, edited videos, and fuck, that's like. It's very time consuming to stream, because I'll stream for 5 hours and then it would take another several hours to edit a video and re-upload that. But that's what I should be doing. Ideally, okay, here's my, let's make a new, here's my stream plan, my stream plan, because it's good to have milestones, right? Fucking mic is in the way. My keyboard. Right. I think 5-hour streams are probably 5 to 6 hours. I think is a good place. Maybe longer, depending on how much I lean into gaming content after the fact. But I'll be honest, like my battery is really pretty drained after like 6 hours of just yapping. And I can tell there's a dip in quality, like just based on me as a broadcaster after like 5 or 6 hours or so. Unless I have like, that's different if I transition to like gaming content with my friends. But that's always like, the way that's always, just the schedule is always lined up. That's always been later in the evening. And I don't like being live while Nick is also live, because I like to watch his show. And I don't also want people to go watch his show. So, you know what I'm saying? So it just so happens that all my friends come on later at night, and then we'll hang out in Discord or whatever. We'll play games while I also sometimes watch, you know, my Nick's show or whatever. But it's always later. So I'm doing a lot of yapping right now, but the idea is obviously grow the maybe I should put bullet points or do like numbered list. Let's just do scheduled streams. Say like maybe like what, like say like 4 to 5 hours per day. I don't know, like 4 to 5 days per week. Right, and from there, it would be nice if I could, the idea would be that I have like segments, right? Well, we have segments that we can turn into YouTube videos and shorts. So what I could probably take from today, even though it'll, well, actually, I don't know, I'm not gonna have time, am I? Because I have to dip out early morning. I'm not gonna be around tomorrow. And part of the problem is you have to be quick on it, you know? I was gonna say I could turn the segment where we were talking about Candace into like a video, but that's just like me crashing out for like an hour. Fucking, maybe that won't make the best video. But in the way, like, you know, I turned that Brilliant Hollyhand segment into a video. That's kind of what I want, you know? Like upload segments from stream into standalone videos and shorts. This way I'm reaching a different audience. And it's more focused. It can have a thumbnail. You're pulling in like a different audience, right? Not everyone wants to watch a live stream, but if you can advertise a specific topic to pull people in, and it's always going to be there, you know? A lot of stuff gets buried in the stream, but if you create a dedicated upload to it, that's why there's no way around the work. There's no way around the time and effort investment into this, you know? Kumquat, bring in the big booty Latinas. Yeah, we just need more big booty Latinas. Listen, I'll make fun. Yeah, a YouTube premium scum. That's crazy. I just use Brave browser, so I don't get any ads on the browser. I don't even know if you guys get ads or not. The only way to know is, I guess, if you pull up like the app on my phone. But what, like, you know, whatever. Start internet drama. Can debate atheists on here. I don't know, man. I don't know if I really want to bother doing debates. If it's anything like debunking some of these theories, I'm just gonna lose my fucking mind, dude. I don't know. I don't know if I have the patience for that, I'll be honest. I also don't know if people, like, do people care about atheists? Like MGoat says. I don't know. Also, you can lure people on YouTube into watching Nick, the ones who haven't watched him yet, or people that don't use Rumble. Start farming subs from Nick streams. That is shameless. That is shameless. I don't want to rip. I'm not going to rip off someone else's content. I feel like collabs are fair game. A lot of people restream collabs. But I feel like just ripping off his show and like uploading it on YouTube, there is like something very shameless about that. It's because ultimately, like, yeah, we cover Nick a lot, but I'm trying to grow my channel, you know. This is not, you know what I'm saying? So I would be the chief beneficiary of this. It feels wrong to just farm Nick's content. You know what I'm saying? Do you know who Andrew Wilson is? He will boost you if you reach out. I guess. I like Andrew Wilson. I've seen a lot of his content. But I feel like I'm not at that stage yet. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to put my hand out. I don't want to put my hand out and like ask for shoutouts. I feel like that's poor form. Or even like a collab. And people won't collab with me if I don't have anything to offer. And yeah, I think I'm content or whatever. I can add good content, but people won't really collab until you have your own audience, because that's one of the big points of collabs. Not only are you making content, but you're also dipping into another audience, you know? The Candace crash out was funny. It'll be a nice short. Yeah, maybe I just need... If you guys notice anything... Can you clip on YouTube? Is that possible? Is it possible to clip on YouTube? Is that a thing now? I don't know. But regardless, if you guys, hey, you know, if you see something funny and you want to clip it, by all means, that does help me out. Like I know you can clip on Kick and YouTube, or not YouTube, Twitch. But anyway, I don't want to, like, I'm not gonna put anybody on the spot like that, you know. I don't want to ask. I don't even like asking people to like, comment, and subscribe. My fucking sinuses are kind of going crazy. Yeah, Mello versus 50 Bobs, dude. Just just react to it on your stream. I guess I did a couple of those. Like I reacted to Nick's. I will sometimes do that if it's a particularly like, I think, big topic, like not just nightly news, but like a special, like Nick's expose of Tucker I covered because I thought that was I thought that transcended just the nightly news. That was a big ordeal. But other than that, I don't want it to just be, I'm gonna farm Nick all day, you know? And that's not me saying, obviously I don't support, of course I support Nick, but I feel, I don't know, it feels a little scummy to me to just farm his content all the time. Don't be a clipper with Nick's content, just stream his streams every once in a while. Yeah, every once in a while if it's something, like I said, something special. Something like bigger. Like a big expose or something. Blacks farm Nick's content, they barely react. I guess. Get on Outside the Overton. What is that? Outside the Overton. I don't know what that is. Whose show is that? Reactions to Nick are a little higher. Just a little? I guess that's not saying much. Than the normal Clippers. Yeah. Zeb show. Oh. Right. Yeah, I could reach out. But I don't know. I don't like asking for stuff. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah, Zeb and Josh. I just don't like asking for stuff. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Hear me out. I just want a little more motion before I start collabing. I feel like I gotta get shit figured out on my end first. Does that make sense? I gotta have my rhythm. I've gotta have my, like, mellow industrial complex of the schedule plus the clips plus the videos. I want to get that going. I want get that going a little bit more. I don't think I'm at the collab phase yet. You know what I'm saying? I'm just free thinking here, right? I'm just free talking. But I feel like I'm still in the training the algorithm phase, you know? I need to provide more content. Straight up. I need better, more focused content. I think number 2 is going to be the big one that I'm going to struggle with. Clip that Fortnite telenovela. That was Minecraft, right? Yeah. Because I look, if I were in like a lot of these people's shoes, and I'm just gonna be blunt here, and some guy with 400 subs on YouTube and 10 viewers wants to collab, I'm gonna be like, get the fuck out of here. Yeah, I'm gonna be like, get the fuck out of here. Who are you? So yeah, because I guarantee you a lot of these people are people are reaching out to them constantly asking for collabs, and I don't think it ever leaves a good taste in their mouth. Because it's transparent. Like, they know what you're asking for. Hey, kickstart my career for me, please. Yeah, I don't like that. I can ask. You told Zeb about your channel a few weeks ago? Yeah, he came in here. Oh, that was you? I appreciate that, yeah. How long ago did I start YouTube? On and off. Like, I uploaded like a couple videos I made for fun, like gaming videos, like for a few years, just on and off, just to learn how to use Adobe Premiere. I just wanted to make videos. But like since I started like streaming, it's been, I don't know, a month and a half maybe, since I really started consistently streaming on YouTube. But you can look at my channel. I think most of it's you know, sitting there. Just like dumb videos I made with friends and shit, you know? Like retarded shit. Irrelevant gaming stuff. But yeah, I mean, as far as like streaming on YouTube and really it, like when did I go live? Yeah, was it really? I guess it's been has it really been 3 months? This was 2 months ago. Wow, was this really 2 months ago? Around this time, I really started like consistently streaming, like I am now, to YouTube. Just more consistently streaming in general. So, I will say this, dude. The difference between streaming to 0 viewers and even just 1 viewer is infinity. It's infinitely easier and more enjoyable to stream to you guys, the 10 of you that are in here right now, at least just on YouTube, than it is to stream to fucking nobody. That has to be like a layer of hell. You are forced to live stream to 0 viewers. That is one of the most like depressing fucking things I think you could put yourself through. Because it doesn't matter if you have the most insane pop-off moment, if you have like the funniest thing in the world can happen, and nobody's there to react. It is just like let's just go to Twitch real quick. You'll see exactly what I'm talking about. If we scroll for long enough, it might take a while. Actually, let's choose a better category. Let's choose like, I bet there are a lot in Tarkov. Like, bro, you're just getting to people with 1 viewer, and that's probably themselves on another like another screen or like on their phone. Look at how many of them there are. Look at the 0 viewers, man. Look at the 0 viewer mark. It's like you are shouting into the void. You are screaming into the fucking void. So even, this is why I think like there's a decent number of people view botting. Because even just going from like 0 to like, let's say like 10, look at how many people you're above. Look at how many people. Boom. And then if you go from like, let's say you have 50. Dude, if you have 50 viewers on Tarkov, you're like, you're just like, you're towards the top, man. If somebody's interested in the game and they're like, I don't know who these people are. Like, there's no discoverability on Twitch. Like, sometimes you look for very specific, like, tags. But outside of that, man, it's like, you might as well not exist. Yeah, the 0 viewer, like, it's just, it is its own pit of hell. What's my long-term plan with the Mellow and Kumquat channel? He's not even here! Kumquat's not even here! We're helping, let's just get some bobs in here. Oh, man. This should be a clip, 0 to 1 views. But yeah, maybe I will turn that into a clip. Dude, it's just like, that's why if you are a streamer, and you are, this is why I think YouTube is a way better platform than Twitch. Because I had that one stream that popped off, or a couple of them, and a lot of you guys were from that, right? And you stuck around. Like, Twitch has nothing like that boosts the discoverability. Because obviously, like, Nick is a huge draw. He's on his generational run. Everybody is invested. Twitch has no such algorithm for that. Like, if it's all based on pretty much just view count and like kind of your viewing patterns. So if I watch like a lot of Shroud or like, you know, Pestily or whomever, then it'll like recommend what other people who watch those people also watch and whatnot, or the same category or similar tags. It's very like basic. I'm gonna click on one. I don't even want to go down there, dude. Dude, zero viewer streams, you just don't know what's going on. What if he just pulls his dick out all of a sudden? Ah, shit, then I'm gonna get banned? You know what I'm saying? It's just like, it's the fucking Wild West down there. You don't know what you're gonna get. If there's like 1,000 viewers or whatever, it's like, okay, if this person does something out of pocket, they lose their livelihood, or they're gonna get banned. There's a lot of people watching, they'll catch you if something sus happens. You're in the fucking Wild West down here, man. You don't know what you're gonna get. You don't know, because nobody's watching. Nobody's watching down here, man. Like, what is this? May contain sexual themes? What the fuck is even that? Like, kumquat and speaker. Yeah, I'm speaker now. Really, kumquat owns the show, huh? Twitch doesn't allow Brave browser, so fuck them. They do, it doesn't work. Like, I'm on Brave right now, it just doesn't work. Like, it still shows ads. It's such an awful website. That's why I'm all for you doing a Nick stream every couple of weeks to inject the channel with new subs. Yeah, we do it. I mean, we did that 2 days ago, right? With the, his thing with Glenn Greenwald. Like, there is a noticeable uptick in views when I put, like, Nick Fuentes in my title, you know? People are interested. Especially because he's banned on YouTube. So that's almost like a draw in of itself. It's like, oh, Nick Fuentes on YouTube. What's this about, you know? He's good. Wait until Mello realizes we're all kumquat alts. I wonder that. That's how much, like, that's how effective kumquat's psyop has been on me. It's like, sometimes I wonder, like, how many of the people that have come into my stream are actually real and not just kumquat on another fucking account. And he's sitting there, he's hooting and hollering, and I'm just shadowboxing. He's like my John Dave Irving, you know? I've already lost before it even began. He's living rent-free in my head, in my walls, too. What's up, Crocback? I was from that big stream. YouTube has suggested your stream 3 times since my feed. You finally subbed. Finally subbed. I appreciate that. Yeah. I appreciate that, yeah. Yeah, it's so true. Right. And then I get ads on Kick. And then I get ads. It's just, Kick is just all bots, man. It's just so, like, why do I even bother streaming on Kick? Got to get the red pill arc and start hating women, that pulls. Then move on to Indians and then Mexicans. Isn't like, aren't the polemics just so passe? I feel like that's so like 2000 and what, 22? You know what I'm saying? It's like a lot of people, like, you know, like dropping N-bombs is not really cool anymore when like Lily Gaddis does it and she grifts off of getting like canceled and fired from her job into like her own podcast career. Now you know, like, okay, being polemical is like not, now it's not cool anymore, you know? Leave it to a woman to fucking ruin it, you know? To ruin it for us. For us true internet racists. We're not racist, right? But like, I don't know. I just feel like now a lot of the time I see people like complaining about this shit and I just roll my eyes. These black people and the black crime. It's like, dude, you sound like Matt Walsh. It's not, you know, you're not really skating on the paradigm anymore. It's like, it's kind of gone mainstream and I don't know. It's just been normified. Yeah. I'm half black and I'm kind of, we're all racist. We're all fucking racist. Let's be real. Like, yeah, like that's the big red pill, is everybody's racist, and that's okay. You know, the worst thing in the world is not being racist. Like, you can be racist. Like, by what metric is that even like a thing? If you have a preference, is that racist? If you were to flip a coin and you have to choose, like, you know, white person or black person, who would you rather hang out with? Like, and you have like an inclination of like which one you would want it to land. Does that make you racist? it's not the crux of morality. It's like how you actually treat people. Like if you're a decent person, if you're kind and graceful, you give people the benefit of the doubt when it's deserved, and you're not acting cruelly for the sake of cruelty. Like there's way more ways to like gauge whether someone's a good person or not, other than just like this made up term, this made up construct. Like this idea of racism didn't exist 200 years ago. So I complain about the liberals. Whoa, wild take. Yeah, for real. Yeah, it's just like these damn liberals. Whoa, watch out now. It's the same stuff with like this Netflix stuff. It's like safe edgy. Netflix is transitioning your kid. Oh, you're telling me now for the first time I didn't know that. That's really transgressive. You're really pushing the boundaries. You're going. I can't believe you went there. Netflix is gay and filled with homos? That's crazy. It's like, dude, it's the big 25. People have been bitching about Netflix for a decade. Like, do better. And look, that's not to say, like, that's not to run cover for Netflix, but, like, if you... People who still think that that's where the lines are being drawn, that this is what matters. Like what? Like John Doyle and his like, these are the 5 most right-wing movies. Fucking walk into traffic, dude. Kidding, of course, but like, dude, it's just like, that is so fucking inconsequential and irrelevant. That's slop. It's actual slop. The 5 most right-wing movies, dude. If you still think it's a culture war, you don't understand how much danger you're in. If you think that the battle is like winning over the culture, you don't understand the score. You don't know what's actually going on. Or maybe you do, but you're being willfully obtuse. It's all about Israel. Even normies like Greta and Aspen are there. Yeah, that is true. Like, the Israel issue is unavoidable now, but now you've got people like we're this close, right? People don't understand it's not Zionists, it's not Zionism, it's deeper than that. But that's almost like the final boss of like, because people have been so brainwashed by this individualism that they forget about collectivism and its pull. Collectivism is a strong incentive for like this behavior. And even if, yes, people are individuals, but we're not talking about individual people, we're talking about millions and billions of people. So there's a regression to the mean. And overcoming that, people are just like, a lot of people are just, that's going to be the toughest nut to crack, I think. But we're right there. I feel like hating on Canadians is content gold. It's actually embarrassing how many What's a Woman debates you listen to. Yeah, it's just, dude, I just don't take that shit seriously. Like, in 2025, if you need to debate what a woman is, like, you are not you're just not serious. You're just not as serious. Like, if you still need to like hear the case for what a woman is, and if you don't sort of instinctually understand why these things matter, to the point where you need to have a debate to have your mind change, and it's not just something that's kind of just immediately understood, that you don't just immediately get it, you're cooked. You're cooked. Whenever I log into an account on Twitch, it says browser and support and just doesn't let you that's weird. 7 years ago, it was everywhere. Yeah. And it's like, some people have not graduated from that content. It's like, I really, like, I really feel like that debate was settled 10 years ago. And that just goes to show we are dealing with people, when it comes to these like deranged liberals, leftists, whatever, this woke ideology, whatever you want to call it. They're not rational, and they're not good faith. I don't know. What else can you really say? like biological evidence of what a man and woman is, and people want to pretend like that doesn't matter. Or they'll use a fringe case as evidence for why we should just deconstruct this idea of gender. It's like, dude, why do we even entertain? We should not even entertain this to begin with. It's total deranged lunacy. No. Painful. It's just painful, man. Like speedrunning red pills. It's like, no, it's not Israel. It's not Netanyahu. It's not the Zionists. It's the Jews. Is it every single Jew? No. And certainly it's certain Jews to greater degrees, but it's as a collective, and people don't like, I know I say this stuff, and if I were to say this to an average person, I've already lost people. People don't even know what a fucking collective is. Like, it's just, they're not capable of picking up some of these ideas. Like, these people should be pumping gas. They shouldn't have opinions on the internet. You know, they should be like in the coal mines, a lot of people. That it's like, you wonder why all of these politicians, they operate in short sound bites and rhetoric. Because most people don't have the attention span or the capability of understanding anything more than that. I know it's like a really pessimistic way to look at it. But, dude, it's like, it doesn't matter how based you are. Just listen to the fucking super chats, man, on Nick's show. And you'll get a good sense of like the average IQ of people who are even based, you know, based and red pilled, yet just have the most inane shit to say. Arthur's alright, it was all used to push the window. What are we talking about specifically here? Yeah. I don't know, man. It's just frustrating. It's frustrating, like... Ugh. Talk about drafting women for the next war. Look, I understand, like, the like, political argument for that. Like, why it would be effective rhetoric to sort of dismantle feminism or inequality and all that. But like, women are not, like, they're not even rational, man. Like, I don't think we need to, if we can draft women and send them to war, we can just get we could just repeal their ability to vote. You know what I'm saying? It's like, we're gonna go through this whole rigmarole to show that like, feminism is retarded. Is that even necessary? Are women ever gonna understand? Probably not, because for the most part, women conform to consensus. So if we just, like, you know, if Trump was actually based and actually did things that we wanted him to do, we could do that. You could just do things, right? So, yeah, I don't think we need to send a bunch of women to get blown up in, like, some trench in Ukraine to prove a point. But, look, if women want to do that, go for it, man. We'll give new subs. What is considered normal? Trans makes other degenerate behavior look okay. It's the big ask. Yeah, I mean, normalization. Yeah, I mean, look at where we are now, dude. It's just like, you probably know a tranny in your life. You probably know somebody that's transitioned in your life. You encounter them out in the fucking wild. You know? This is our life now. This is our society now. Pretty sure some of those super chats are from drunk people. Some, but, you know, they're not all drunk. You can't blame them all on drunk people. Some people literally just have, like, really dumb ideas, you know, and they ask dumb questions that are, like, super vague, like literally every night. Nick, what do we do about the Mossad? What the fuck is Nick supposed? What is Nick supposed to say to Nick? What do we? How? Like, I saw a clip of this today, actually. Someone asked Nick, "What should we do? How do we beat Mossad?" what is Nick even supposed to do with a question like that? You know what I'm saying? All these open-ended questions like, Nick, what should I major in? What should I go to school for? It's like, like, dude, it's like people will ask strangers on the internet who have no idea what their life is like for answers to their personal dilemmas. Like, how, what is the expectation? Like, all he can really offer people are like, is like vague general advice. The fact that people, it doesn't even clock to people that these are bad questions. I mean, it's content, look, and it's a bit, don't get, like, it's obviously a bit, you know, Nick leans into it. But it's nevertheless very painful. Pretty sure, super chats, women will spread their legs for the victor, there is no benefit in arguing with them. Yeah, their brains are just different. And that's a red pill a lot of guys struggle with. They're like based on Jews, they're based on whatever, the military industrial complex, God level, you know, they're based on, they're turning the frogs. But the women question for a lot of guys because they're horny. Because they want to fuck the women. And it's like, you know, you have to be capable of conquering yourself. How can you conquer the world if you can't conquer yourself and your own desires? That's something everyone can strive to do. Stop gooning. Oh, yeah, no e-girls, not even once. Your cousin cut her tits off? I'm sorry to hear that. That fucking blows. Dealing with female management made me extra stressed. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Yeah, preaching to the choir. It's fucking egregious. I like that you should do this, super chatters. Yeah, dude. Hey, Nick, have you thought about this? No, you're telling me now for the first time. You're telling me now for the first time. Never heard that before. And if you've watched the show for several years, then it's just the same shit, man. It's the same shit. People get red-pilled yesterday, and they think they're the first one to come up with a novel idea. That's why if you get red-pilled on this stuff, for a year or two, just lurk. Do not post, do not put your opinion out into the world, just lurk. That's what I did. When I first started getting like really red-pilled, like I was always somewhat red-pilled on certain things, but I really started getting red-pilled on the details of all this stuff. I did not post, I did not put content out into the world. I just lurked, and I just learned, and I just read. Because you need to build up a base of knowledge, because your whole world gets flipped upside down, right? And you begin to question what is real, what isn't, what is real. And what isn't real. And some people take it too far and they're talking about the Frankists and shit. They get totally one shot and they don't believe in anything. And so you need to sort of rebuild your knowledge base a little bit. And it takes certain humility to recognize that, hey, you know, maybe I'm not the first person that got red-pilled because I'm here now in whatever year it is. And people have been talking about this for a lot longer than I've been around. I should just not talk and learn. And people just are so quick to put out their inane opinions out into the world. And it's like, yeah. And you see the results. Because that's why you get people saying bullshit like, it's Netanyahu is a real Nazi. It's like, that doesn't make sense, bro. Netanyahu is Adolf Hitler 2.0, and it's like, dude, that is like, doesn't make any fucking sense. The Democrats are the real racists. Netanyahu is just like a Democrat. It's like, you know, you just hear shit like this and you just want to crash the fuck out because of how stupid it is, because people don't understand how things work. Yeah, pretty bad. I only started watching Nick recently, but I was around since Nick the Knife. Damn, okay, so, yeah, wow, Nick the Knife. I think that's even before my time. What was that? It was like 20. That was like the internet blood sports. Was that 2019, 2018? I didn't know who Nick was until like right after January 6th. So I guess, which is weird because I guess I'm kind of like a veteran now, which is weird to think about. I'm not an old head, but you know, everybody learns at their own pace. it's crazy because some people have been around for a while and they still say dumb shit. Like, they still don't understand how things really work. It's like smart people, it doesn't take them a lot. Like, within a couple months, they get it. They pick up on it. They see the evidence. They see the arguments. They have the pattern recognition, and they just get it. They understand it. Everyone's on their own red pill journey, and some are quicker to the punch than others. And that is also not to say that, well, there's also a lot of misdirection going on. There are bad actors. There are red herrings that are deliberately put out to lead people astray. And that's 100% what I think Candace Owens is. But, yeah, like, smart people, like, pick up on this pretty quickly. So. Nobody wants to accept that Erica Kirk reaction is not unusual for an arranged marriage. At least she took Kirk's last name. Candace is not Farmer yet. She won't skip a beat if George dies. Yeah, that whole thing is, like, really bizarre, and I don't like it. And, you know, that's kind of like the nature of that beast with arranged marriages for power and influence. I mean, it is kind of sociopathic. You would hope that she would have, at the very least, developed some kind of affinity, some kind of feelings for the father of her children. But, you know, these are not marriages out of love. They're marriages out of politics, power. So, yeah. Yeah, Candace married her husband 18 days after meeting him on a Zoom call. Never met him in person. Just weird shit. Has Nick ever yelled at any of your super chats? I never super chatted the show. You know, I do the monthly thing. But, yeah. I was thinking about super chatting some stuff, but I'm just like, not the format I really want to engage in. The best super chats are one with no message, or some things that are actually like interesting or insightful, you know. But I sort of operate as somebody that spends a lot of time online. I operate under the assumption that if I see it online, like something that happened, like an interaction on Twitter, for example, I kind of assume that Nick has already seen it. And that doesn't mean it's not worth super chatting, but I'm just not that kind of guy. I don't really like the attention, you know, of like, here's my super chat, read my name on screen. I don't care for that. Some people like that. It's never been my thing, you know. Some people, again, just not my thing. So, you're a 2-year new friend. Wish you found out sooner. Don't we all? But there is something kind of nice about being completely ignorant to all this, you know? Ignorance is bliss. Sometimes I wish I could go back to just, like, not knowing about all this shit. Because it's kind of depressing, in a sense, right? You realize how fucked up things are. I think everyone goes through sort of the black pill, periods of black pilling where, like, yeah, like, we really are up against it. Things are really bad. The savages are at the gate. They're in the gate, actually. And, but, you know, the white pill is, things were always going to get bad. They were always going to be bad. The world is a fucked up, fallen place to begin with. So the white pill is to recognize that, you know, it matters. The world was always going to end. And whether it ends tomorrow or 1,000 years from now, it's not really up to us. There's really no way for us to know. We're not going to know. You won't know the day, you won't know the hour. And so what really matters is not how you die, but how you live. That's what matters. And so it's all about Christ. It's all about your mission in God, or your mission in life is to find God. And from there, everything else will fall in place, and just do your best. Because this is where, like, life is transitory. You know, you only exist the way that you are for a blip in time, for a brief moment, and then you are somebody else. And it's like that throughout your entire life. Everything is constantly changing until you die. And you get older, the world changes, but eventually you will die, and you need to remember that. So it doesn't matter necessarily how or when you die, but how you live. That's what matters. And so Every day is a gift. Every day you make decisions, and the right time to make the right decision is always right now. That's why we can complain about the world, and we can look outward and point out all the problems, and that's great and all, but we also need to look inward and say, well, I'm a part of all this. I'm a part of the reason why things are the way that they are. My own sins put Christ on the cross. And so it all begins with the discrete. It begins with the individual. We want to change the world. We need to change ourselves first. And I know a lot of people don't want to hear that, but it's true. Again, Game of Thrones type shit marrying into power. Yeah, it happens way more frequently than I think people are aware of. It's, you know, happens in the old day, happened in the old days, happens again, still today. Mostly everyone from that scene has really, they've really fallen off. Nick has really risen above. I can respect that, but the Bloodsports era was wild. Good. It was like anything goes, man. Anything fucking goes. It was the Wild West. You know? Because you have to remember, like, at that point in time, the anonymity element, like Nick being so much smaller, you know, not having this enormous platform, he didn't have the same responsibility that he has now, you know? Now he has a platform. He's the de facto leader of the right wing. You know, he does have to reel it in because he has a broader audience, and that comes with responsibility. So, like what he would seek to gain out of being polemical, it's not really there anymore. Now it's better to really rise to the occasion and fill those shoes. Because we fought hard to stay. I shouldn't say we. Nick fought very hard, and people like Nick fought very hard to cut through the censorship. And one of the ways he did that was by being bombastic and polemical. But now that we have everyone's attention, now that we have everyone's ear, it's on us to show that we are actually the good guys. That we're not hateful, evil people. We're actually, you know, good people, devout Christians, and we want what's best for the world. And our worldview is the true worldview compared to what's currently on offer. So, about that shit, yeah. Man, why are Jews so evil? Almost like they do it on purpose. Have you forgiven your father for not protecting you from your mother? Amazing. Oh yeah, the yeah, amazing. That's what fuck. What was that from? Was that on his podcast? You know, he was at AFPAC, right? Which one was that? Was that AFPAC 2 or AFPAC 3? I can't remember. He was a speaker. Yeah, the world is a mess, yeah. Look, and I wonder what I know already what you want. Louise, I already know what you want. 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 It's a good song though. It's a good song. It is a good song. I can't lie. It is a good song. It's Emotion Engine, right? By Days. I'll play it. It's actually a good song. Yeah, Jesse Lee Peterson. I think it was on his show. He was talking about the whole like forgive your father, right? Very upbeat. This is kind of like a depressing stream, like, to be honest, like, because we were talking about Asmongold and how he lost his dad, and that was a pretty big bummer. Not gonna lie. So this is maybe what we need. Is there anything new? A whole episode. Excellent breakdown, your intro. Is that Mearsheimer or is that Sax? I get them confused. I think that's Mearsheimer, right? Yeah, that's Mearsheimer, right? Oh, thanks. Excellent breakdown in your intro, but I would push back on this assumption that what you perceive to be crazy anti-Semitism is inauthentic or foreign-backed. This issue has been viciously suppressed, and many ordinary people are just earnestly trying to discern the issue. Yeah. That's why a lot of people blaming Israel for everything, like the Charlie Kirk shooter in particular, you know, like their hearts are, I think, for the most part, in the right place. It comes with the territory, like, you know, you're gonna get this kind of stuff when people get red-pilled. Oh, it is Sax. Alright, I thought it was Mearsheimer. Is Yom Kippur when they kill the chickens? I don't think so. Is it Yom Kippur? Is it Yom Kippur? No, I don't. It's Kapparat. Oh, it is Yom Kippur. Never mind, I'm wrong. No, you're right. It is Yom Kippur. People have been scapegoating Jews for the last millennia since they are the once secluded group who just happens to be everywhere. Nah, they're not scapegoated at all. They're about they're definitely behind a lot of shit, man. That's one of the deflections they make, is that, oh, they just hate Jews irrationally. They're just scapegoats. No. They're a diaspora. They get into positions of power and they use that power. They leverage that power in their own interests. And look, a lot of the stuff they believe in is contrary to Christian morality. I mean, the whole crux of modern Judaism, or just Judaism in general for the past 2,000 years, is their rejection of Christ. So they are very much diametrically opposed to Christianity. So right then and there's a lot of friction. What a wild practice. Yeah, a little weird. A little weird that Jews think that they can put all of their sins on a chicken, beat that chicken to death to trick God. You don't think God can tell? You don't think God's watching down from heaven like, really? Really? Like, hello? Like, the very idea that they could trick God is just like, it's just hubris, man. It's prideful. There are arguments for their shadiness. Yeah, the Talmud is rather aggressive towards Christianity. Yeah, and that alone, the stuff that is permissible in the Talmud, or even, promoted in the Talmud, it should be enough of a reason to give you pause. Stuff like usury on the Goyim, the Gentiles, raping 3-year-old Gentile children is totally cool. That's something that they can do. It would be the equivalent of giving her a little poke in the eye. Dude, like, this shit, as if I need to tell you guys, that shit's not cool, okay? Like, that's not, how could you read that and be like, and not be like, what the fuck is this shit? How can you read that and be like, oh, well, it's just a difference of opinion then? What? What are we taught? And you see the kind of stuff that a lot of these Jews are pushing. You wonder why there's so much pornography. You wonder why there's this push for like more pedophilia. They're trying to relabel pedophilia as minor attracted persons. How many of the, and so many of these people are Jewish pushing these ideas. The fact that they have a stranglehold on so many of these institutions, and that this stuff hasn't been nipped in the bud long ago, should tell you everything you need to know. If Christians were in power, like, they would be appalled by this and they would have dismantled this long ago. We wouldn't be in the situation where people are boycotting Netflix because they're pushing trans ideology on children, because it would never have happened in the first place. Yeah, like the Christ is being boiled in his own feces thing. Yeah. Ultimately, like, what do we expect from a people that it is a source of pride for them that they reject God? They reject God. They reject his sacrifice on the cross. They reject his gospel. They invert the morality that he set forth. You know, it's like, yeah, I think they did that. I think they're guilty of a lot of things that they're accused of. I don't think that you can get kicked out of 109 different places over the last 1,000 years if you weren't doing some shady stuff. Like, we're just going to assume that, like, they were just being scapegoated. 109, you know, this is a classic example, but, like, if I got kicked out of 109 bars, who do you think the problem is? Do you think all of those bars were just scapegoating me because they didn't like me, because they were jealous of me in some way? Or do you think that maybe I was a bad patron, you know? Maybe I was like going behind the counter. Maybe I slapped the bartender on the ass. I fucking, double fisted 2 bottles of vodka, started a bar fight, and pissed in the bowl of peanuts. You think maybe, okay, this guy's the problem. It's not everybody else that has it out against this guy, you know? Maybe, the numbers are if you told me 1, maybe 2, but 109, that's a lot, man. Or string around the town, that will trick God. Yeah, around New York City. What is it, like 16 blocks? Something like that. In Manhattan. That'll fool God. Technically, we're still home, right? We're still in our home. If we just put up a piece of fucking string, oy vey. Technically, we're still inside of our homes. So, you can't get mad. We're not breaking the rules. The Israel blame push seems to be more like a tactic to push people away from the real issues. I feel a lot of the stuff nowadays is controlled opposition. They need to control the narrative at all costs. 100%. There's a lot of controlled opposition, a lot of bad actors. Ultimately, they will try to control the quote-unquote anti-Semitic movement. And then you get people like Candace that are just functionally just totally retarded, man. Killing the credibility. And don't really have any motion. Candace doesn't really offer any solutions. She doesn't have any vision. What's her solution to this problem? I don't think she really has one. Somebody like Nick has a positive vision. That's the thing. It's one thing to complain about shit. It's another thing to actually have, like, a solution. Somebody like Matt Walsh complains about, like, the race relations in America. He offers no tangible solution to anything. It's just grievance politics. So they would much rather have people, like, divert all their time and energy into, like, Candace Owens and her whatever theories, or Tucker Carlson, who's sort of, again, like a pressure release valve, who's very much in the pocket of the regime, rather than having something more organic that they can't control rise up. That's why, you got to be a true believer. It is a fight of good versus evil. It is a fight, always has been. That's like the nature of our existence. It's a fight of good versus evil. Same thing with the Quran, saying first that Christ is a prophet and then promoting jihad against Christians. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the Quran, yeah, I mean, we're not Muslims here. We're not Muslims here at all. Funny how only one of the Semitic religions talks about loving each other. And that's the crux of Christianity, is love. You're supposed to love everybody, even your enemies. Even people that hate you, you're supposed to love. That to me just sounds right, you know, like that to me, if everybody did that, wouldn't we live in a better world? If everybody made an earnest attempt at loving everyone else? Seriously. But they need their gory allies, whether it's Cromwell in England or evangelicals in America. Steve Bannon is good at going after the goy allies. Steve Bannon 2028? Question mark. I'm looking on X and I don't see PETA protesting Yom Kippur over the years. Funny, interesting that. You'd think. Yeah, you'd think they would protest, you know, these Hasidic Jews beating the fuck out of these live chickens every year in broad daylight. Whatever. What is this? Let's see what this is all about. It's got Jeffrey Sachs on.
Shut up! Maybe would fall into social. There's a lot going on in the world right now, but if you're on social media, and of course you are, because it's really America's only remaining news source,
Guys, it's freezing.
there's only one story going on, and it's Israel. Everyone online is arguing about Israel, and really they fall into one of two camps, generally speaking.
What's wrong with this?
Probably the more aggressive side are the deranged Taliban-level ethno-narcissists who are telling you that any criticism of the secular government of Israel is tantamount to blood libel against the Jewish people. And if you think that maybe it was not a great idea to arm Joseph Stalin, the greatest murderer in history, then you're a Holocaust denier. Shut up. And then on the other side, a group every bit as obsessed with Jews are the people who hate Jews, who are telling you that
here we go.
Anyone who's Jewish is bad by virtue of being Jewish. It's a blood thing. Two things are interesting. One, there are very few kind of conventional Christian voices saying, wait a second.
Ad
this is a
absurdum
secular
arguments.
Government, another country. And it has.
I hate the way this weird fuck
My
talks.
religion or anybody's religion.
It's so fake, man. The whole thing is fake.
Never judge people on the basis of their immutable qualities because guilt and virtue are not passed down genetically. But almost no one is saying that. So you really have the ethno-narcissists and the anti-Semites, and they're at war with each other. That's the online picture. What's even more?
Well, actually, I mean, like, look, to be fair, like Nick says this all the time. Like, yeah, you like people are their own people. You know, you're not guilty of what, you know, the sins of your father are not yours to bear. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the collective nature of like this fifth column world Jewry. That's what we're talking about here. Like, yeah, we're, you know, you're not an evil person just like being Jewish doesn't make you evil. You know, being Jewish, something you can't control, doesn't make you evil. You know, like that's not the thrust of Nick's argument. So he's sort of painting all of the different like absurdist, like the absolute extreme, different I guess factions among this topic, different takes on this topic, almost to an absurd degree. It's something he does often. It's argumentum ad absurdum, where he'll often paint his opponent as just being the most ridiculous form of themselves and then attack that. It's like a form of straw manning. You know, and a lot sometimes it's unsubstantiated too. Like when he goes after Nick and said, "Oh, Nick just hates Jews because he's a hateful person." It's like he stubs his toe and he blames it on the Jew. Stuff like that. That is like painting your opposition in bad faith as like an absolutely absurd caricature, so they're easier to attack. It's something that Tucker has done constantly, and you can go back and look at how he like attacked. This is like when was this? Was this 99? Was it 99? Anyway, well, he's been doing this throughout his entire career. Fuck, what year was it? I'm totally blanking. I'm totally blanking. And Nick is not the first one he's done it to, but I digress. Point is, like, this is like what he does all the time. Breaking Greta Thunberg detained by Israeli military. They're giving her a sandwich and helping her put a jacket on in chilly weather. Didn't make it. Yeah, no, we saw that. We saw that. That was a few hours ago. They grabbed her. Go back during the Iraq War. Yeah. Back when it was, he was criticizing. Who was he criticizing? In the 2000 election. I'm totally blanking. What is his name? Oh, this is rough. Buchanan. Pat Buchanan. He was going after Pat Buchanan, calling him insinuating he was an anti-Semite. 20 years ago, 25 years ago. And not the first time. Yeah. I dated a Jewish girl. She had a big nose and was... That's pretty kick. Greta will be back until she succeeds. Her autism demands it. She's standing on business. She's a real human being. I give her credit. Like, conservatives want me to help or to be like pissed off at this this little white girl that's trying to feed starving Palestinians. I actually think that's one of the I think that's one of the virtues of white people is that we care about people who are suffering in the world. I think that's actually a good thing that she cares. Like, fuck these people that are shitting all over Greta. Ah, she's a communist, dude. Shut the fuck up. Like that one guy we reacted to earlier. I don't even remember his name. Saying that he hopes that Israel makes her terrified, makes her scream. It's like, what is wrong with you? What is wrong with these people wishing the absolute worst on other people? Sick human beings. But yeah, hats off to Greta. She's a real one.
Even more
and I say that she probably would not like me at all. You know, she probably would very disagree with people like me and people like me. But that's okay. Real recognizes real.
Stressing is that in the U.S. government, the conversation, while much more muted, is a mirror of this in that a lot of the conversation is about Israel. Israel, a tiny country in the Middle East. Not critical to our national security, by the way. But the conversation, the bandwidth, is consumed by questions.
Look at safe, Greta. That's all you, Oaf.
So wherever you stand on
that's
Israel,
all you, dog.
one of the two sides just described or neither one.
You can have her. She's all yours, Chief. She's all yours. That's all you, dog. You could take it. You could take it. I'm gonna let you take this one, boss. I'm gonna let you take this one. You got it. I believe in you. She's all yours, big dog. Anyway.
One of them, you know in your gut that this is bad. If a country like ours, supposedly the most powerful in the world, is devoting all of its time internally to conversations about Israel, it's probably not going in a good direction. There's probably a lot being neglected in favor of this very specific boutique conversation.
Okay, well, dude, is he really going to try to downplay the implication? Like, he's really going to downplay the implication of what would have to be true if Israel controls our government and why this is a critical matter. This is just a really niche, very specific thing that, you know, and it's a result of things being so bad in our country that people are like, they're obsessed with this issue when there's other issues going on. It's like, you see what he's doing here? Do you see what he's doing here? He's downplaying what the significance of this issue is. If Israel runs our country, then it doesn't really matter. All the issues don't matter because we're not sovereign. We don't have the agency to make our own decisions. If Israel runs our government, runs our country, how could we possibly do things that are in our interests? If that means diverting resources away from Israel or anything that it's even like by proximity good for Israel. It means that instead of America being top priority, Israel is a top priority. It's like, dude, this guy sucks, man.
About this tiny little country.
I know a lot of this will fly over people's heads. A lot of people are not going to pick up like just exactly what he's doing here, but it's very weaselly. This is very weaselly what he's doing.
It's just not good for anybody, including Israel, by the way.
Oh, it's not good for Israel exactly. Let me back this up a little bit.
It's probably not going in a good direction. There's probably a lot being neglected in favor of this very specific boutique conversation about this tiny little country. It's just not good for anybody, including Israel, by the way.
So let me get this straight. It's not good to have this conversation because it's somehow not good for us to address this issue. It's not good for us. Do you see what he's doing here? It's also not good for Israel. Why do we give a fuck what's good or isn't good for Israel? We're not Israel. Somehow saying he's downplaying the likelihood, let's say, that Israel is actually behind things, because if they were, that somehow this conversation starting up is somehow bad for Israel. When really, the question is, why do we care? It can't be Israel behind all of this, because people thinking that it's all Israel behind the scenes that controls everything is actually bad for Israel. Oh, that's why they wouldn't have an interest in lobbying our government, because if people found out, it would be bad. Not all that they have to potentially gain from having immense influence over the most powerful country in the world. Dude, do you see what he's doing? Do you guys, tell me if I'm off base here, but do you guys see exactly what he's doing? It would somehow be bad for Israel if they actually did control our government, because people would talk about it, and that would paint Israel in a bad light. Oh, never mind the fact that we've been fighting their wars for 30 years. Dude.
So what's the antidote to this? How do you fix it? Here are 4 things you can do to make the conversation about Israel and the relationship with Israel a lot healthier than it currently is.
Look, you know what the relationship with Israel should be? They do what we say, because they're totally dependent on us. And that means they stop bombing Palestinians, they stop bombing Iran, they stop bombing Lebanon, they stop bombing Syria, they stop bombing Yemen. How about let's start there? What level of chess is Tucker playing? Dude, what's sad is, to some people, they think Tucker's like a grandmaster, when in reality, man, like, he's playing checkers.
Here are the 4.
That's such a lame analogy,
get some
but
global perspective on what we're talking about.
Everybody that's complaining about Israel just doesn't know what they're talking
The
about.
United States is a nation of 350 million people. It has some of the deepest natural resources in the world. That would include energy and water, agricultural products. The United States, however it's managed, is a powerhouse globally and always will be.
And Israel's just a small, tiny country.
Strength is inherent. It's a huge, decisive country in the scope of world history. The United States makes things happen. Israel is not an insult, merely an observation. By contrast, is a tiny and
How many times have we heard this, man? Not making too much sense. Tucker hangs out with Candace. That's the brain trust we're dealing with. Yeah, dude. It's just like, how many times have we heard this? You really think Israel controls our country? They're tiny. How many times have we heard that? How many, like, seriously? Yeah, but then you look at who runs our country and what they prioritize. You look at how much Jews in America, American-born Jews, and how much they care about Israel, and how much power, wealth, influence that they have in America, and how they use all of that to their advantage, to lobby Congress, to run enormous propaganda networks to convince Americans to do what's in the interests of Israel. Why? Because they are Jewish, and Israel is centered to their Jewish identity. And even if they're secular Jews, they recognize that if Jews are doing well in the world, that's probably going to be good for them personally, even if they're not religious, because a lot of their friends are Jewish, because their family is Jewish, because they themselves and their network is so much very Jewish. It's so very Jewish. And so they use that money and they buy politicians. They buy up media outlets, companies like TikTok, an enormous tech company that's immensely influential. And what was their beef with TikTok? Well, it was anti-Semitic, supposedly, because people were criticizing Israel on there. So these American-born Jews, Elliot, who now owns, or not Elliot, Ellison, that now owns TikTok, American-born Jew, not Israeli, buys it, and now they're clamping down on anti-Israel rhetoric on the platform. So clearly, like, yeah, there are a lot of very powerful Jews that do care about this tiny country on the other side of the world. So much so they're willing to put billions of dollars into it. It's pretty much the right-wing Chris Cuomo at this point, yeah. Well, 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 look who finally decided to show up. Look who finally decided to wake up. You have a good snooze? You have a good snooze, Kumquat? I hope you did. Anyway.
Apparently insignificant country, at least geopolitically, in that it has only 9 million people and no natural resources, no meaningful natural resources. So it is insignificant. It is also physically tiny. It's about the size of New Jersey, famously, but it has a much smaller GDP than New Jersey. It is a much smaller economy than the state of New Jersey. It has an economy about the size of the state of Arizona and almost one half the economy of the state of Massachusetts or Illinois. It just doesn't really matter, actually. If you're looking at a map and thinking through, where does power politics go, Israel's not even on the list. Again,
it's like, tiny. This is so ridiculous.
The population of Burundi. It's got a smaller population than Belgium. Like, what is this?
Joe can start now.
And yet, despite its objective insignificance, it is the focus of the conversation, but it's also the focus of the spending. So right now, as we speak tonight...
I'm going to rewind this in a second. Why don't you just stay live when Nick goes live? You're allowing him to reach an audience he wouldn't normally have. I talked about this earlier. I just feel like I'm just kind of ripping off his content. I think there's something kind of scummy about that. Not like you're stealing his viewers. I don't know. I mean, look, it's just, I just feel like there's something kind of, because like there's a lot of people that could have done that, not even just, and like on other platforms too. I don't, how do I say this? It just feels wrong to like just rip off his like his live stream. I'm restreaming his live stream in the moment. It's like, find your own content, buddy, It's like, how transformative can I really be? Sure, but if you don't overdo it, it's fine. Maybe for like special occasions. Like if he has another expose on Tucker, maybe I'll do that. But I don't know, man. It's just to a platform that he does not have. Also, I don't know. That might also make it more grounds for termination of my channel too, because he's banned on YouTube. If I'm not transforming the content, there's a stronger case to be made that I could be banned for simply restreaming just his content. If it's a collab like he did with like who did he go on? Like Bradley Martin, for example. That's his channel. Bradley's allowed on YouTube. So that's allowed. But if I'm just restreaming content that isn't allowed and it's not transformative, I feel like that is a much easier case for them to make to ban me. You know what I'm saying? If he was on YouTube, then definitely not. No, but I feel like you'd help him. Not special occasion. Wait, what are you saying, Zod? Yeah, you're right. You're right. Kumquat is kind of like the physician you never see. You meet a whole bunch of techs and nurses before the doctor finally arrives and sees you for 5 minutes. Dribbles something, then takes off. Yeah, I just feel like it's dicey. It's just dicey because you've seen me react to stuff in real time. It's like I try to focus and lock in. And I don't want to talk over. I'm not going to talk over Nick on a stream. Nick doesn't talk over content he's reacting to. It's just bad etiquette. It's a bad experience. So I would be silently watching Nick for most of the time. I guess I could pause it and interject here and there, but that's also not why people would pop into the stream. And it's just yeah, I just don't think it'd be transformative enough as well. And it just feels kind of slimy. Like I could say I'm trying to help the movement, but it's also very much helping my channel, you know? It's like, is it really about helping the movement or is it more about helping the channel? And even if I am being genuine, it's like, how are people going to see that, you know? Oh, this guy's just ripping off his content to build a channel that he's going to monetize. You see what I'm saying? There's something about that I don't want to start. I don't want to build my channel like that. You feel me? I understand what you guys are saying, and it probably would be the quickest way to grow the channel to just like hop on a number of Nick's streams and restream them. But I just think that long term, that's probably not a good idea. You're afraid of termination, just call it a day. What's the point, man? What's the point of like, why would I want to be banned, Kumquat, you fucking idiot? Why would I want to get banned on YouTube? Why, like, think about that for a second. I'm saying special occasions isn't often enough, but getting banned is better reason than feeling slimy. Yeah, okay, I see. It's over, that's all you gotta say. What? Did you watch Colin the White before he was banned? No. Yeah, look, I don't know. I'll think about it, but I just feel like it's at the point where, you know, Nick has 40,000. I don't know, man. It's one of those things and I'm not going to get this. I'm not going to get this. And I already know the answer, but I would only do it if I had his permission. And I don't think I would. First of all, I don't think I would get his permission. And I wouldn't really want to ask, to be honest. So I also don't think Nick wants to. I think people might get the wrong idea that I'm somehow officially affiliated with Nick as well. I don't know, man. I just feel like it's kind of, and I know Nick is a special case, but I do feel like it's uncouth. Let me back this up.
It is a much smaller economy than the state of New Jersey. It's an economy about the size of the state of Arizona.
Holy yeah, if you already won, let's move on. Kumquat, it's always a pleasure. It's always a pleasure when you show up, and I just, you know, I just love it. I just love what you put me through. It's fucking hell. Kumquat shows up, incites some shit. He's sitting there, he's fucking munching on his fucking chicken nuggets, hooting and hollering. Ask him how to wipe your, okay. Dude. Fucking Kumquat, man. I'm like this close to crashing out. Generally speaking, it wouldn't be that bad if you grift. Doesn't grifting imply that you're not genuine in your beliefs? I think that's what grift means. It's more so like I feel like I'm just piggybacking off of it. I don't know. I look, dude. That's the last fucking thing I need is to like get blown up in the group chat because fucking I'm ripping off. Who's this fucking bozo? You know? Oh great, yeah. That's the kind of attention I want to bring to myself. Anyway.
And almost one half the economy of the state of Massachusetts or Illinois. It just doesn't really matter, actually. If you're looking at a map and thinking through, where does power politics go? Israel's not even on the list. Again, it's tiny. It's got the population of Burundi. It's got a smaller population than Belgium. Like, what is this anyway? And yet, despite its objective insignificance, it is the focus of the conversation, but it's also the focus of the spending. So right now, as we speak, tonight, there are two THAAD.
You're right. Mello is the new Brilliant of AF. You take that back. You take that back right now. I think it's okay to piggyback off Nick. We all agree with him, and he's the man for the movement. I guess. Again, I don't know. It's not even just. I don't know. I'll think about it. Word of advice: stream for fun. Don't end up like these soulless grifters. Yeah. Yes and no. You have to have fun in it, but you do have to like stream with intent. Like you're gonna grow your channel. Like you're gonna, you want to be like. I understand what you're saying, but yeah. I don't think it would even be fun for me to sit here silently watching Nick stream for 3.5 hours or whatever, for an hour and a half, even if it's just to the monologue. It's not even piggybacking unless Mello gets 100 viewers each night or grows significantly for it. It's no different than me having an IRL watch party with some IRL friends. I don't know. I'm not really sure. Maybe some nights I'll do it. I'll think about it. Go ask him. Be a good boy and ask him, yeah, what? Should I DM him on Telegram? Should I fucking send him a super chat? Hey, Nick, can I restream your live stream on YouTube? How well do you think that's going to go? Oh yeah, I understand that. I mean, you're parroting certain opinions of Nick. I thought you meant parroting certain opinions of Nick. Ask him for a cookie too. Yeah, I'll ask him for advice, for general life advice too. I'll ask him how we convince Trump to be based. I'll ask him for advice on that. Hey, Nick, how can we get Trump to be more based? That sounds like a good question. I'm sure he'll love. Do not look up Not Calling the White. I don't know who that is. I legitimately don't know who that is. Anyway.
Missile batteries in Israel.
All right, you go do that. I'm gonna go make some food. I'm quiet. Karate chop to the fucking throat. Okay, on site. Ask him about the central banks. Yeah, don't you love that? Hey Nick, what do you think about the Federal Reserve? Like, what kind of question is that? Hey Nick, what do you think about the military-industrial complex? It's a thing. It's like, do people want him to like press the based opinion button to have a go off moment on, like, people want him to say the things that they're thinking, but they can't properly articulate. Yeah, whatever. Fucking hell.
1/4 of the world's total supply of THAAD missile batteries. The THAAD missile battery is an American-made, very high-tech missile battery that takes incoming missiles out of the sky. And 1/4 of the world's entire supply of these is in Israel right now, manned by U.S. troops, by Americans. In uniform or not, they are American military personnel. And they
It would be cool to see the guy that red pilled Mello and referred to him to the Gen X Explorer. Oh yeah, my dad. Maybe I'll have him on sometime, like at least on a call. Yeah, we were thinking about doing like a podcast. It's kind of difficult to. Yeah, but maybe I will do like. Maybe I'll make that a recurring segment. Have my dad on. Mellow dad goat. Yeah. We've had a lot of good conversations over the years. My dad's a smart guy. And he knows a lot. And he's totally on board with the mission, like some Gen Xers, they don't really get it, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But my dad gets it.
They are manning these batteries to protect Israel. And that shouldn't surprise you because
you'd be interested in a dad
since
stream?
October 7th, 2023, which is a little less than 2 years ago, the United States...
Yeah, I'll have to figure out the best way to do that. Because I don't want him on, like the camera and everything. Just like, I would just call in. So I'm going to protect my dad's identity and all that. But yeah.
Has spent at minimum $30 billion defending Israel. Huge. And for some perspective, the entire Israeli military budget before October 7th was about $25 billion. So the United States has put at least $30 billion into defending Israel in less than 2 years. Over the course of its existence, a little less than 80 years, the United States has put $300 billion, at least, those are just the on-books numbers, into supporting Israel. $300 billion. Israel is by far, no one comes close, the largest recipient of U.S. aid over time and currently. So anyone who says, oh, it's just a drop in the bucket, it's totally insignificant, is lying or doesn't know the numbers. By the way, number 2 is Egypt. So why are we spending so much money on Egypt? Well, we're doing it at the request of Israel. So you could probably add that to the tally. It's not an attack. It's merely perspective. We are spending our time, our money, and we're taking enormous risks on behalf of a country that geopolitically is not significant at all.
All right, that's actually a good framing. I thought he was going to take a different approach to that when he was mentioning their general insignificance. Yeah, it really does beg the question, why? Why? How do we benefit from this? That's a rhetorical question, of course, but...
The interesting thing is, most Americans have no idea that this is true. They don't know how disproportionate our attention to Israel and our spending on Israel is relative to the rest of the world. And if you want some sense of how disproportionate, India and China combined, neither of which is a strong ally at the moment, combined represent more than a third of the entire world's population. Both are rivals economically, both are rivals militarily, at least potentially. And our relationship with them has gotten worse, or is at the very least languished, because of our relationship with Israel, because of the bandwidth consumed by tending to it, and also because of some of the inevitable conflicts that have arisen because of our support for Israel, which is engaged in an extremely controversial, which is to say hated war in Gaza, which is not even really a war. It's a massive displacement of people and killing on a grand scale of unarmed people, of unarmed combatants, of civilians, of women and children. And the world sees this, and the world rejects it, and the world hates it. And so Israel's really last remaining ally of size, other than the UK, is the United States. And so there's a huge cost to this. But again, most Americans have no perspective on just how disproportionate our commitment is, because they marinate in lies about this relationship, mostly from our political class, also from the media, but really, if you were to lay the blame on one group in the United States, it's our elected leaders who continuously lie to us about the nature of this relationship, its significance, and they do it generationally. They've been doing it for many decades. Here, and this is just one example, but the most fun to watch, this is Nikki Haley at the Republican presidential primary debate 2023, describing the United States' relationship with the state of Israel. Watch.
So let me ask an obvious question. Let's let the clip play. actually.
The last thing we need to do is to tell Israel what to do. The only thing we should be doing is supporting them and eliminating Hamas. It is not that Israel needs America. America needs Israel.
For such a ridiculous statement, especially considering how Tucker has framed this discussion off the rip, the obvious question is, where was Tucker 2 years ago? Where was Tucker most of his career? It's not like this problem originated from October 7th. Where was Tucker his entire career on this matter, on this issue? It's only after it's become a unavoidable topic, the most discussed about political topic in our country. I think that's fair to say at this point. It's the most talked about issue, the most contentious. Now he's going to start talking about Israel. And he cedes some ground, he concedes some points. This all sounds great, considering where he's going. We're supporting this insignificant country, biggest recipient of foreign aid, and the other two, Jordan and Egypt, are also, we give money to them for the sake of Israel. All of this sounds good. But Tucker, really, he wants to prioritize other conflicts. He wants to prioritize China. If you look at his rhetoric over the years, I truly believe that. And here's the thing. I think the clear pivot, because they know this is untenable, that they need an exit ramp. They need to get off this. Netanyahu has made his move. He's blown up their credibility. This was a calculated move. It's not like they didn't know that the world would see this and be appalled. They just knew that they were on the clock. So what's the move now? Knowing how appalled Americans are, Americans don't want to support this anymore. They don't want to support this genocide in Palestine. So instead, here's the shady, sneaky alternative he's suggesting, or that he very likely will suggest. Instead of America constraining Israel and controlling Israel, and we control the region through Israel as a proxy, that the relationship, the flow of influence is reversed, and instead of Israel influencing America, we influenced Israel and all these other countries in the region. His proposed solution is that we disengage from the region altogether. Funny how he would suggest that. So if America disengages from the region altogether after we've spent 30 years fighting, killing, and dying in the region, trillions of dollars, we've tanked our reputation around the world to sustain these wars, all at the behest of Israel. Now we're just going to completely disengage from Israel entirely and say, okay, we want nothing to do with you. Well done, guys. We did it. We cut off the Israeli lobby. After our reputation is destroyed, after we've added trillions of dollars to the debt, after we've destroyed all of Israel's enemies so that they're the uncontested hegemon in the region, the time to do this would have been 30 fucking years ago. It's a different world now. We shouldn't disengage from the region, actually. We should own the region. Israel should be our bitch. I actually don't think we should hand over the keys to the castle to Israel so they can just dominate the region and become a superpower overnight. I don't actually think that's a good idea. So, Controlled Op, you're back. Welcome back. Tucker is keeping the herd away from Nick, same as Charlie Kirk throwing out the occasional red meat about the Jews to keep Nick from picking off his herd. Yeah, I mean, for starters, the position is untenable. They cannot maintain the position that there is no genocide going on, or that Israel's doing nothing wrong, or that everything that Israel's doing is just. They cannot maintain that position as well as maintain their credibility. That's obvious to anybody. There's overwhelming evidence of what's going on in Palestine right now. And so they have to pivot. And that's what Tucker's doing. He's pivoting. And he would rather we disengage from the region, give up everything to Israel, and just peace out. Rather than forcing some kind of return on our investment and getting Israel to work for us. Honestly, I would consider cutting ties with Israel as a win. Consider how Israel has been openly hostile to us. They've stolen our technology. They've assassinated our president. They've conducted false flag attacks on our soil. They have heavily influenced and subverted our culture, our society. I don't actually think whether we should just give the region to Israel after we kill all of their adversaries. I don't, yes, you could say it's better than us being owned by Israel. But I think that's kind of off the table at this point. Like, in 10 years, they're just not going to have the political attaché to do what they're doing in Gaza today. Fucking kumquat. Oh my gosh. But we'd probably just make peace at a later date. Yeah, it's just like, so when is this proposed disengagement going to happen? After we destroy Iran? Then we're just going to say, okay, job's done. All of Israel's enemies are destroyed or pacified. Time to peace out. That's not good enough, man. That's not good enough. Thousands of Americans didn't die. Trillions of dollars weren't spent. Millions of civilians also didn't die just for Israel to become the superpower. I don't think they deserve it. And that's certainly not in our interests as Americans to have a new competitor, a competitor to America, a hostile competitor to America. Israel has been worse to us than China or Russia, I think, for that matter, throughout its existence. We should be openly hostile towards Israel, but it should just be the other way around. We should use our leverage on Israel to our advantage. The fact that they're completely dependent on us right now, we should use that to our advantage. So it's just, do not accept this as being enough. Do not accept us disengaging from Israel to be enough, because that's how they're going to pivot from all of this. Their women aren't even hot, dude. Hey, there's a lot of plastic surgery over there, right? You gotta see the before pictures. I understand your position, but getting out of their stranglehold on our government would be massive. We could always engage eventually. Well, yeah, I mean, look, here's what you have to understand. Like, yes, of course I'm in favor of getting out of their stranglehold of our government. But what that looks like, okay, so let's say we become a sovereign country again. And now we should look at Israel very differently. Israel controls our cybersecurity. We may disengage, but they will never let us go. And therein lies the problem with this dual loyalty issue. We need to totally shut this stuff down, man. We need a total lockdown of our country. A total lockdown. And all of these people, a lot of these people that we suspect are not loyal, need to be investigated and thrown out. I don't think we should have all of these people that used to run Unit 8200 or part of the Mossad or just the IDF in general or Israeli dual citizens. They should be nowhere near any lever of power in this country, period. And then we needed to take a very different stance on re-envision our foreign policy in the Middle East to be one that is opposed to Israel. Or at the very least constrains Israel so they can't just bomb people. They're able to bomb people because they rely on us, because we are in their pocket. So, but if we treat them like North Korea and let them fend for themselves, it might be better for than them being our bitch and still having them to do dirty shit to us while we're not looking. What? Well, first of all, everybody's spying on one another. Everybody is spying and trying to influence one another. That's politics 101. That's like modern politics 101. You know, the idea that we're just gonna like put blinders on and we're not gonna pay attention. That's not what I'm saying. That's kind of what's being proposed with Tucker, but that's not what I'm saying. The fact of the matter is, Israel is a nuclear power. Like, we have to take them seriously. And they have doctrine that's totally unhinged. They will nuke the world, essentially, if they feel like their existence is threatened. The Samsung option, or the Samsung option, if you are a super chatter. So, like, we have to take them seriously. But yeah. Yeah, my sources, I made it the fuck up. Yeah. That's very cool, Senator, but how about a source? I'll be cool with Israel when it becomes a Christian country. Until then, we can't tolerate Christ killers. Yeah, that's a big if statement, you know? Yeah, if Israel became trad cath and it wasn't filled with a bunch of, perfidious Talmudic Jews, if they all repented and accepted Christ and stopped, like, there's a lot of, like, if-then statements in that assumption, you know? Like, yeah, we wouldn't be in this situation. Like, the problems wouldn't be, if Israel stopped being so naughty. Like, yeah, like, that's kind of part of the problem, you know? They are unique. What they're doing is unique. It's not really like other countries. It's beyond the pale. So, reclaim the Holy Land, yeah, but look, this might sound controversial, and this doesn't diminish the cultural significance of that land, but it's just land. Jerusalem, it's just a city at the end of the day. We are the new Israel. Christianity, the church, is the new Israel. That's what matters. We can rebuild. We can build new churches. So, yeah, I would like to see Jerusalem under Christian rule. But yeah, never forget what the where the significance lies. North Korea doesn't control our infrastructure. Even if Trump got red pilled, we need to remove their backdoors from software and hardware. Nick didn't even want to get into it. Yeah, look, there's so many security. Here's another thing, man. And Israel's obviously the biggest offender, but it's like deeper than that. We have so many foreign nationals just in our economy in general, in high-paying, high-power positions in a lot of these corporations. That's in no American's best interests. You have Chinese nationals selling secrets to the CCP. You've got these Chinese IPs that are being built off of stolen technology, and they're getting rich off of it. It's like the problem is very deep, and really, if nothing else, the visa crisis needs to get looked at because it's not in our national interests. You know, forget the the proposed economic benefits of all of these visa holders. Think about the security risks involved. They're like, we're just not a serious country. Do you see China or Israel, for that matter? Or do they have foreigners with access to their source code? It's unfucking believable that we would let this happen, just fundamentally. So, talking about King Baldwin reclaiming land. Yeah, it's ultimately, yeah, we don't need a LARP. On John Juice, y'all ain't steppers like that. Y'all ain't stepping like we is. We really out here. Big stepper kumquat. Anyway,
it is not that Israel needs the United States. The United States needs Israel. How could that possibly be true? It is in no sense true. In fact, it's one of those lies that's not 3 degrees off the truth. It is a complete inversion of the truth.
So this is like textbook limited hangout. He will tell you just enough Just enough for people to say, this is what we've been saying. He will feed you just enough of the red pill to give a lot of people in their minds credibility. But in reality, he is just not on sides. Oh. Ugh.
And the truth, which is obvious to anyone who looks at the numbers or is paying any attention at all, is that Israel could not survive without the United States. That's not an argument for pulling all aid to Israel. It's just an acknowledgement of the physical reality. Israel fights its wars with American backing, with the guarantee, the implied defense guarantee that we have provided for so many years, since at least 1973, 50 years. And its social services are made possible, which are quite generous, made possible by American subsidies. In other words, every dollar that goes to the Israeli military from the United States is a dollar that the nation of Israel can spend on its own people.
Just a quick aside, Nick did tweet something about Candace. Here's another clip. Dude, it's
Laptop.
like, it just gets worse, man. I just wanted to cover this real quick while it's... Candace Owens continues to threaten to expose TPUSA. Quote, I know who had access to Charlie's laptop, end quote, while delivering 0 receipts, going all in on pushing that people at TPUSA plus Israel killed Charlie Kirk. Quote, it's all about to get exposed. I think it was a bad idea to kill Charlie Kirk, end quote.
Yeah, I know who had access to Charlie's laptop, and I have questions about that, but I'm going to wait for the financial report to come out, which I'm not handling. And I got question marks about a couple of people over at Turning Point USA. And yeah, I think
Credo yet, but he did post.
Definitely be speaking about these shady pastors. I hope this
Oh,
is
yeah,
the
he
year
just
of the
did.
shady pastor after Operation Mocking Pastor, learning why they can say, oh, we don't take money.
Yeah, usually it's like 10 to 15 more minutes. I have to get offline anyway, because like I said, I've got a very early day tomorrow. Fuck, dude, I'm not looking forward to tomorrow. For context, I'm just going to be out all day. Literally out of town. And I'm not coming back in until early the next day. So it's going to be a 24-hour day for me. So no stream tomorrow. Guaranteed no stream tomorrow. I will try to be back on Friday, but I might be fried. I might be totally cooked on Friday, you know. Yeah. I'm not even driving, I'm flying for a day to handle some stuff, helping move, just tying up some loose ends, then flying back out. Yeah, it's a long story, but so I'm going to be gone all day tomorrow. But I'll hopefully be back on Friday. I predict if I am back, it'll be a later stream because I'm just going to be tired. So
Money from Israel, but they take money from an agent of Israel or an organization like the International Fellowship of Christian and Jews, which if you go to their website, it's basically like, hey, Christians, here's what you can do for Jews. There's nothing that's spoken about what Christians are going through. And they flood money into that, and they get you to say that it's like a fellowship program, but then they have you like gathering pastors and paying off people. I mean, it's an ugly business. And I think it's about to all get exposed. I think it was a bad idea to kill Charlie Kirk. That's what I think.
This bitch is unhinged, man. Yeah, it was TPUSA and Israel. Like, yeah, totally. And Nick said, for weeks she has been claiming to have all this evidence, yet has never produced any of it. Where are the receipts? Why wait? Why withhold? She clearly has nothing and is using this never-ending fake investigation to perpetually grift off of her dead friend. Sick bitch. Very well said. It's all about to expose them. I've got the receipts. I'm going to drop them. I'm investigating. I've got a feeling they're going to regret this. I'm telling you. Anyway, bro, I could go for some pancakes right now. Some chocolate chip pancakes with some bacon. Why do we do this? Kumquat, that's great. That's great. I hope you get your fucking chocolate chip pancakes and your bacon. I hope you get that. I hope it's delicious. I hope you have a great time. Dude, I'm so not looking forward to tomorrow. But whatever. I'll just be chilling. I'll have my... whatever. Alright, well, before Credo, I guess... how much longer is on this intro? What's tomorrow? I'm just gonna be out of town. I'm just gonna be busy all day.
There is no world in which America needs Israel more than Israel needs the United States. And of course,
just pull up the stream
Haley was never asked to explain how exactly that could be true. What are you talking about, Governor Haley? Not one person asked her that question. And no one asked her that question because anyone in whose mind that question appeared would have paused for fear of being attacked as an anti-Semite for asking a question about geopolitics. That has been the state of play in the United States for my entire life, over 50 years.
Mm-hmm.
Politicians make nonsensical statements. Nobody wants to even
Steak
ask a
well
follow-up
done.
question for fear of being attacked.
I like my steak medium rare.
A state of perpetual intimidation. Everybody's afraid.
Do you like chewing for 20 minutes?
Afraid of the topic, afraid in some cases of the state itself. We have not had an honest conversation about this ever. Certainly not in my lifetime. And that suits the Israelis.
Well, you could have. You could have had an honest conversation about it. You've been in media for 30 years. At any point in time, you could have brought up this issue. Pat Buchanan was trying to bring up this issue, and you shut him down. You called him an anti-Semite.
He's just fine. And if you're wondering why there's an awful lot of lunatic anti-Semitic comment about
lunatics
Israel online, you have to wonder how much of that is organic. Some of it, of course, there are always haters. But how much of it is not organic at all? How much?
Ah, yes. This is like the Candace Owens method. I have to suspect, like just like how she said, I have to wonder if these guys are actually from overseas. Oh, wow. So the insinuation is that this is like some Russian op. It's Chinese op to destabilize American politics. Oh, great.
Much of that, the lunatic, all Jews are evil, how much of that is being ginned up on purpose to make legitimate questions about the U.S. government's relationship with the government of Israel seem like crackpot stuff, like hate, like David Duke level lunacy? Probably some, because it serves their interests. Now, that is a criticism of the state of Israel and its incredibly sophisticated propaganda campaign, which, again, the rest of
this dude likes his steak well done. Char doesn't necessarily mean well done. You can blast a steak with fire to char your steak and still keep it medium rare. Yeah, kumquat, you fucking idiot. Why'd you assume it was well done, you fucking dummy? Char doesn't mean how much you cook it, per se.
It's been marinated.
Yeah, what do you think about that?
But
what do you think about that one?
Here, I would argue, is not the state of Israel, the Jews. It's the United States. It's our leaders who are putting up with this. Israel is a small country with very limited resources, and it is doing its best to serve its own interests. You'd think every country would act that way, and most do. But there are some that don't, and ours would top that list. And so the true shame here, the actual villain in this story, is the leadership of the United States that is putting up with serial humiliation for decades. And for what reason? So if there's someone to be mad at, it's our leaders. And that leads to the second thing that we can do to fix this truly unhealthy relationship, this poisonous relationship, which is getting worse, by the way. It's breaking our society into pieces. It's truly hurting the Trump administration. The second thing we can do, after getting global perspective on what we're actually talking about here, a tiny country that is, in the deepest sense, insignificant to the United States, the second thing we can do is get some freaking self-respect. And stop being ordered around by a client state. That's not good for us. It's not good for them. It's not good for anybody. It's like being screamed at by your children. No normal parent would allow that because it's totally destructive. It's not good for you, and it's not good for the child. And that is exactly the relationship that we have with the state of Israel. In fact, not in theory, in fact, it is a huge country and a tiny country. The huge country supports the tiny country. And that's a pretty nice thing to do. Whether it's wise or not is a whole separate conversation. But if you're going to have that relationship, a parent to a child, you cannot be yelled at, humiliated, spied upon, bossed around by the child, by the person in the inherently subordinate position. You can't do that. And you can't be shamed into ignoring things that are quite clearly not the behavior of a subordinate ally to a big brother ally. For example, spying on the country that makes your economy and your defense possible, which the Israelis have been doing for generations. That's a fact. One of them very famously was caught, Jonathan Pollard, who's an American citizen, taking real secrets, like actual military secrets, and sending them to Israel, which promptly sent a bunch of them to the Soviet Union, which was our arch rival, our foe at the time.
Yeah, I just think this is the exit ramp.
He went to prison, and then somehow he got out of prison and went to Israel, where he continues to denounce the United States. And anyone who says anything about it is attacked. Oh, you're an anti-Semite. It has nothing to do with anti-Semitism. That's insulting. Why would we ever put up with that? Why would we put up with the attack on the USS Liberty that everyone's so afraid to talk about, clearly targeted on purpose by a country we're supporting, Israel? And it's somehow shameful to say that? Why? Why is it shameful to say that? Who knows why it's shameful to say that, but it shouldn't be. And until we have some self-respect, not anger or hate, but just dignity, it will continue. In June, for example, during the 12-day war, such as it was with Iran, the U.S. and Israel versus Iran, bombing on all sides, during that short conflict, IDF officers in the Pentagon, foreign military officers in the Pentagon, and by the way, they're not the only foreign military officers in the Pentagon, to be clear.
Is that Credo?
NATO officers, they're
okay.
From other countries, British.
That's Credo. Let me just catch up real quick. Let me catch up here. Whatever. It's Credo, so I'm just gonna call it. All right. Thank you guys for watching. Nick is going live right now. It's Credo. Appreciate you guys. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, hit the bell notification, stay up to date, follow all my socials, leave a comment what your thoughts are on whatever. I'll see you guys on Friday. Thank you guys for the new... I think I got some more subs today. That's great. I'm on the road to 500 subs. Help me out. Hit that subscribe button. Yeah, thanks. And yeah, I will I'll catch you guys hopefully on Friday. I'll catch y'all later. Oh, and don't forget to pray for Yinzer, by the way. Pray for Yinzer. Yeah.